HBL PSL 10 action has been explosive, and what a match we have to look forward to tonight. It is match number 10 from Karachi, the City of Lights. David Warner and his Kings will be taking on Islamabad United, the table toppers. Assalamu alaikum, mehu Erin Holland, and welcome to the Pitchside Studio. Looking forward to a wonderful match of HBL PSL today. But first, another huge congratulations to our Pakistan women's team. What a wonderful ICC qualifiers they are having for the World Cup. They've already qualified, but now they've done it undefeated against Bangladesh today. Absolute elation from the girls, and so they should be. This is a wonderful bit of momentum heading in to the World Cup later on this year. Plenty to be proud of there. And what lovely people to chat to about this. And Aruj Mumtaz, of course, former Pakistan captain, and Wasim Akram, the legend there was. Ruji must be very happy with you girls.
Yeah, extremely happy. It is a proud moment for the entire nation, an extremely proud moment for the captain in Fatma Sana. She's had a rough ride, personally losing her father and then coming back. Her tenacity, her grit, determination, and she's still very young. So 5 out of 5 to qualify for that World Cup, magnificent. And to do it at home against tough quality oppositions in Bangladesh and West Indies, and I thought they were phenomenal, and I think that passion really drives our girls to really turn women's cricket around and become top contenders come the big World Cup.
Some great news that Pakistan cricket so desperately wanted was as well. This is the perfect start for the World Cup later on.
Absolutely. Well done everyone involved, especially the women's team. They've done a great job. The whole country is proud of you, and I think this will give them confidence as a team that believe that you belong at that level. And I think 5 games out of 5 games and qualify pressure as well to qualify for the World Cup. Amazing job. Well done everybody involved. And this is just the start, guys. And I sent them a video message. Their coach, Mohammad Wasim, he messaged me about 3-4 weeks ago in Australia before I came here. And in that message, I just said a couple of things that coach can't teach you. One is fitness. One is situation awareness. That's you have to learn themselves, and they did a great job.
Oh, such sound advice to one of the greatest Pakistan ever produced. I'd be listening to that, girls, and congratulations. But big match today. Of course, the Kings taking on Islamabad United, and Kings have been off to a good start, but look at that, 133 today. Islamabad, they've been undefeated so far with such a strong net run rate. Karachi Kings, they're going to have to play out of their skins today to try and find a way through that Islamabad United armour. They've been incredibly good so far, but David Warner, he has been the difference so far, Aruj. What do you like about his captaincy? What's he managed to extricate from these Kings boys that we haven't seen before?
Yeah, I think a change of leadership sometimes can work really well, change of coach as well, but he keeps talking about how he keeps the boys as a group, how he keeps wanting him to do better, and he's a motivator of sorts, and he got plenty of accolades from the international circuit himself to do that well. So turn around, 2 wins for him after I would say an average loss, but a fantastic win. And I think it keeps talking about the depth he has, and the guys keep wanting to do better for him because he's that sort of a leader that inspires the best out of them as well.
Now, as we know, you bleed Kings red and blue.
Absolutely.
Just how excited are you for the start that they've had after what's been a torrid time the last 4 seasons?
Yeah, I think it's a great start. Changing of captaincy maybe helped. It's early days. They only played 3 games. They won 2, but they looked good on the field. Winning and losing obviously matters as a team, but it's a long tournament. Every team has to play 10 games before they qualify for the eliminators. So like I said, early days, but they're looking sharp. They're coming out to field, on the field. David Warner's got the reins. He's got the hold of the team. He knows what he's doing. The changes in bowling, in fielding, positioning, everything has been exceptional.
Yeah, it's certainly been sensational as a leader as well. As you said, extracting something from the players that we haven't seen before. Aruj, we actually have a brand new member with our commentary team as well, all the way here in Karachi, the City of Lights. It's the first time he's been with us for a little while. Mr. Mark Nicholas, how cool to have one of the voices of cricket alongside us in this edition of the tournament. It looks like he's ready out in the middle with the 2 captains for that all-important toss. It is a new wicket for the first time this season. I wonder what the captains are going to want to do. Let's get out to him right now. Toss time with Mark Nicholas.
Hi everybody, welcome the exchange on toss out here. An Australian soil, pitch. That's made me think. The captains are with me, Shadab and David Warner. Look at our exchange on mascot. Nice to see you, Hussein, and the match referee, Roshan Mahanama. David Warner's got the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Landed it on the sponsor. Heads it is. What's happening, Shadab?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Who wanted to bowl first?
Is that because you don't know anything about the pitch and it's better to go that way?
Definitely, because it's Australian soil. Cracks are open, and we're not sure how pitch will behave. So definitely, we wanted to bowl first.
Confidence must be so high in your camp. You've had this wonderful run of wins, 5 at the end of last season, 3 this season already, going for a 9th in a row, a record in the tournament.
Try to, but I think we don't worry about the result. We try to execute our plans and make it simple, because when sometimes you complicated so many things and you forget the main focus. I think we try to execute our plan and try to get our result as well.
So tell me about that then, this use of data, but also the free-spirited way you play the game. It's difficult to combine the two, but your team does it well.
Definitely, because obviously we are a data-driven team, but still you make that type of a culture or atmosphere where everyone feel like they're important to us. Doesn't matter I'm the captain or we have a Saad Masood, emerging guy. We have the same say in the meetings. If he wanted to say something, he can do it. So I think that feel, because in our culture sometimes we are missing that thing. But I think in Islamabad, United team franchise, maybe that's why we have so much success, because everyone has their say.
Okay, your team today, any changes?
We have one change, no, 2 changes. So Mohammad Nawaz comes in and Doshas comes in.
Okay, the Australian seamer. Yes. All right. Well done. We love watching your smile. Congratulations on your enthusiasm. David, great to have you here and playing in this tournament. You've played in all the big ones around the world. This has a good vibe to it, even though the crowds on this ground aren't as yet what you'd like them to be.
Yeah, look, it's been exciting cricket, and there's so much talent in this country, and, you know, it's great to see. And, yeah, there might not be as many spectators here, but we know they're at home watching. And, look, we're looking forward to coming out here again, as you said before, an Australian soil wicket, so I'm looking forward to batting on this.
Yeah, would you have chosen to bat first or done the same as Shadab?
We probably would have bowled, just purely because it's less windy tonight as well, so there could be potentially a lot of dew later on.
Okay, and what sort of a team? You made 4 changes last match. How many of those still exist?
Nah, look, we've only got one, which is the emerging, which is Saad, the under-19s captain, so he's come in tonight purely just on left-hand basis.
So Adam Milne not playing?
No, he's just still getting over this little niggle that he's got in his right knee, so potentially he could be back next game.
All right, loving the captaincy, I hope?
Yeah, I'm absolutely enjoying it. It's good to have a great bunch of energetic athletes, and I'm just enjoying being around the group, and it's great to be here in Pakistan.
All right, thank you very much. Go well today.
Cheers, mate.
So the news out here is that Islamabad United have won the toss, and on this surface that no one's quite certain about, will bowl first.
Yeah, United winning the toss there, electing to bowl first, sending in the Karachi Kings, and a couple of changes for them. Wasi.
Yeah, I think the one change came in. Saad Beg, the young Pakistan under-19 keeper batter, he comes in at number 4, and that's the only change I've made from the previous game. So they're looking good, looking strong with good bowling attack.
Yes, sticking with that there, David Warner says, it's Australian wicket, so I would have wanted to bowl first, but imagine him striding out to bat in familiar conditions. Arooj, taking a little look at the playing 11 for Islamabad United, and it is 2 changes for this side today.
2 changes for them, and they also first game in Karachi. So Mohammad Nawaz and bend washes with his pace, a little bit more control. Jason Holder, I think, should be lethal on this surface, and they've got complete all-rounders in Shadab and Imad that hold that middle order together. But runs up the order, Saibzada Farhan, Colin Munro at the moment can put no foot wrong.
Yeah, they absolutely can't. Tabletoppers taking on the hometown heroes, Karachi Kings, off to a very short break here, but stick with us. We're going to deep dive exactly what this Australian wicket might possess on the other side.
आज हम उनको डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंस करा रहे हैं कि वो बिहाइंड द लेंथ पे बहुत काम करते हैं, तो आज हम उनको लेंथ करा रहे हैं। पूछते हैं कैसे फील है।
Welcome back to the Pitchside Studio. We've got Sheru, a little bit of a guest in alongside us today, of course, the mascot of Islamabad United. I tell you what, we had a little bit of a love story that went around last year, wasn't it? You were following me around everywhere, but look at him go. Now, you've been very busy, hasn't he, Arooj? Look at him warming up here. Oh, a bit tight in the hammies.
Yeah, I think Sheru's fantastic. Sheru, lovely moves, warming up with... He needs to be fit on the bench as well. He needs to be fit, he needs to show those moves, and he needs to really make sure Sheru does his part right.
I'll tell you what, he's looking a little bit nervous because you have a brand new wicket today. They're going to be bowling first on it, wondering exactly what to expect. Well, we sent the experts out there a little bit earlier. It is JP Duminy. But first, hello to Mike Hazeman.
Right, we're going to mix it up a little bit this game number 4 it is in Karachi. Now, 3 years ago, the PCB decided they wanted to spice these tracks up a little bit. Now, what they did is something different from the other tracks to this pitch in particular. I'll come to that in a sec. First of all, let's have a visual and look at the track we used for the first 3 games. Yeah, the ground staff have been on it, so they've been doing a bit of watering, trying to freshen it up as well for future games coming up in the next couple of weeks. But it was a bit of a reddy, sort of dark browny sort of colour. Let's come back to the one we're using tonight. And you'll see this is more of a black colour. You'll also see there's a few cracks around the place, but just ignore them. That's not an issue at all. These tracks are made of Australian soil from the WACA, brought over from Australia. And the idea about that is to make sure that there's more pace and there's more bounce as well. The reason they did that is they wanted to make sure that the domestic cricket and also internationals playing here were going to be more used to playing overseas when they toured Australia, because the tracks in Pakistan 3 years ago were as docile as a family Labrador. So they wanted to get it right and make sure that things came onto the bat nicely, and the bowlers liked it as well. So the track's got a little bit of grass on it. JP's been here for a while talking about it. By the way, it's a bit of a breeze around the place. So we didn't have dew the other night because the breeze was here as well. So maybe we won't have dew again tonight, but it's not quite as strong as it is right now. But JP, what about this surface? You've had a good look. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Curator, speaking to him, he speaks about the difference in length of grass, right? So thinking back to what we just saw, we saw 2.5 mils in the length of grass. This one in particular, we're only seeing 2. But the noticeable other difference would be a few cracks in the surface. Now remember, back to game 1, we saw 470 runs scored, but we still have something in the surface with the new ball when you think of top of off stump in the power play. But again, we talk about the breeze. I think that's going to play an influence, but also the dimensions, right? To my right, we have 64 meters. To my left, we've got 67. Now, I think this presents an opportunity from a strategic point of view for bat versus ball.
You remember David Warner, the presentation in the last game, was saying the 3 games on this surface have been 3 different games on that track. It's another game today. It's going to be totally different, but it's going to be nice. The ball's going to come on. There's more bounce. The batsmen like it. Rusty van den Dussen loved it during the Champions Trophy, and it's going to turn and bounce as well. So this will be terrific.
Oh, an intriguing match coming up from our experts out in the middle to our experts here in the pitchside studio, though. Let's take a little look at today's expert prediction. Well, we keep talking about the fact that it's Australian soil. Plenty of Australian bowlers going to be contesting this today. Wasim Akram, you played everywhere in the world, a lot in Australia. What do you think that's going to do tonight?
I think they summed it up very nicely. It's a lot of grass on the pitch and there are cracks as well. It's Australian soil. So the cracks is kind of in the middle as well. And they're kind of hidden under the grass, so you can't tell. But I think after first 2 deliveries, 3 deliveries, one uneven ball happens, I think it'll be a lot of pressure on the batters. But over and all, their new ball will definitely seam around. That's for sure, because of the grass on the pitch.
What are you doing here?
I was just talking about the cracks with Salman, the owner of Karachi Kings. But again, like I also said, the cracks are for both the teams, not just for one team who's batting first or batting second. So maybe batting second, they'll open up a little bit more. But we'll find out in first 2 to 3 overs, we'll find out what sort of wicket it is.
Yeah, well, that was our expert prediction of the night. We've got 1-3-3 on the table today, locking horns. Karachi Kings wanting to maintain that momentum, and they're going to have to, because let's take a little look at the head-to-head when these two sides match up. Well, Arooj, it's all one-way traffic in terms of the head-to-head. Look at the last 8 matches they played since 2021. Karachi, not a single win on the board.
Yeah, 4 years now that Karachi haven't managed to topple Islamabad United. And again, they are in red-hot form. Islamabad United have the leading wicket taker in Jason Holder. They have the leading run scorer in Saibzada Farhan. But I think Karachi have got a formula together, and they're also coming off a good win. So maybe just today is the night.
Oh, do they have what it takes to make an amends in that head-to-head? We've got such a fascinating contest ahead of us here as well. We actually have the best 2 batters in the tournament so far up against the best 2 bowlers. So we'll see the likes of James Vince taking on Saibzada Farhan on this particular wicket. What are you looking forward to seeing as these 2 sides lock on tonight, Waz?
I think for starters, you guys just show the stats that Karachi Kings hasn't won against Islamabad for 4 years.
He's hurting.
So that would be a good start today.
Oh, he's hurting, isn't he?
I'm not too worried about how many runs by how many wickets. But as long as they do well against one of the strong side, Islamabad always has been. Not just in this tournament, they started off brilliantly, 100% so far. Played 3, won 3. So it's a very strong side. But Karachi King is also looking good. So it'll be a very good game tonight.
And Arooj, top 2 bowlers as well. You've got Jason Holder, Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali was brilliant last match as well. He told us he was taking 3 poles. I'd love to ask him what he thinks today. He's a bit of a prophecy, isn't he?
Oh, I spoke to him, met him when he was running up. He said 3 again. That's my formula. I'm going to take 3 every time. And if he can deliver 3, he seems in good rhythm. We spoke to him at the show as well. He's just hitting that good length. And I think that'll be the measure of the wicket here. Yes, they are going to be bowling second. But Jason Holder, I think, will be a hard task tonight. With his length, the bounce that he can generate. And remember, they're bowling first.
What about spin on this, Waz? We see Mohammad Nawaz making his debut for Islamabad United as well, up against his old foes, the Karachi Kings.
Look, it doesn't look like it's going to spin because of the grass, but also, like I also said, there's a hidden cracks under the grass that you can't tell. If the ball hit there, it might take a turn either side of the batsman.
And do you think they missed the trick not having an extra Australian pacer, Arooj? I thought Riley Meredith would have been brilliant on this.
Yeah, I think they also have to balance how the teams go with the overseas players, but I think Dwarshuis has a little bit more control with the ball, and he can provide that later on depth batting option. So maybe with the 2 hurdles, the final words being exchanged, it'll all come down to how the surface plays in that first over.
Well, the teams are taking it seriously. The huddles are underway. All the tactics are being discussed, and why not? Because it is a massive clash tonight in the context of this match. Karachi Kings, Islamabad United. Ball 1 is on the other side of this very short break. The defending champions Islamabad United have been relentless in carrying on the winning streak from the last year. Sahibzada Farhan has been a revelation.
There it is, a century of the highest order.
Jason Holder has been in red-hot form. After a forgettable last couple of seasons, Karachi Kings have made a bright start. With 2 match-winning knocks, James Vince has led the batting charge.
That's his 50 as well, James Vince.
Hassan Ali has been on fire with the ball.
Got him.
Can the home team stop the dream run of Islamabad? In the city of culinary delights, stage is set for a mouth-watering contest.
Hi everybody, and a warm welcome to the National Bank Stadium in Karachi. The Kings against Islamabad United today. 2 teams in form. Islamabad seemingly above the altar, really, playing fantastic cricket at the moment. Karachi Kings, 2 good performances, 1 less good that cost them dear. But a lot of good players on view today, not least those 2 captains, David Warner and Shadab Khan. Maximum points then for United, 4 points for the Kings, along with Lahore Calendars. And a good night last night, by the way, for Peshawar Zalmi, who got at least a couple of points onto the board there. Remember, the top 4 teams qualify for the playoffs, and when you've only got 6 in the group looking to qualify, it does make for quite a tense period as you build towards that playoff. Great shots from our drone that sits over this fine old stadium, revamped to great effect. The players arrive at the ground. Always a bit of nerves around, but they play an awful lot of cricket. There's a good cricketer, that man. Often wins a match with his own bat or ball. And I think the general feel in the tournament is of energy. And I know the crowds here at the National Bank Stadium haven't been as good as other venues, but I think that the tournament thrives because of energy, because of the quality of the players. This is an interesting pitch, got an Australian soil in it, or what they call bully in Australia. Very hard it is. A few cracks in it, but they aren't going to cause any problems. They're not plate cracks. The edges of them aren't at all crusty. So all well and good. The toss won today by Shadab Khan. The coin hung in the air. The call was dead right, and he chose to bowl first. And kind of admitted actually that it was much about not knowing the pitch as anything else. So JP Dumani and Natur Ali Khan are alongside me, and they're going to take over on the teams.
Yeah, Karachi with a win in the last match will be hoping that they continue in the same fashion. They've just made a single change. Saad Beg, the emerging under-19 captain of Pakistan, comes in, but it's about the top 3. James Vince is an excellent touch. Remember, he's got 170. David Warner had a bit of a start. We're hoping the top order comes to party.
Well, the men in red, the defending champions, have shown great consistency with bat and ball. As a bowling unit, they've taken 30 wickets already. And it's tall West Indian has taken 9 wickets thus far. They've got 2 changes to their squad. And Ben Dorshas comes in, and Mohammad Nawaz.
Okay, new coach, new captain, but that is Ravi Bopara, formerly, of course, of Essex, a fine all-round cricketer, and he's running the Karachi Kings show. Let's hear more.
Great shot, gets the length, got him.
It wasn't long ago I was on the other side listening to my coach, and having played so much T20 cricket around the world and got to work with so many different coaches, so many different environments, I think one of the key philosophies for me is making the players feel comfortable and confident in their ability to go out and perform, because these games come around thick and fast. Make it a fun environment, because at the end of the day you want to enjoy your cricket. That's very, very important, that you enjoy your cricket. So when you're enjoying your cricket, you should give yourself the best chance to perform.
And that's his 50 as well, James Vince.
So putting a franchise team together is never an easy task, because you've got to get, you know, your retainees, and then you've got to pick all your new players, and you've got to pick your overseas players, and how they're all going to fit into the squad, and picking your players that you want for certain roles. So all those things matter, and the conditions you're going to play in. Where are most of your games going to be played? So you build your team around that. I think we've got a very good balance throughout the squad. Very explosive players coming in through the middle order, even to the lower order as well. All can put the ball out the park, which is very important in T20 cricket, because teams that hit the most boundaries generally go on and win. It's very difficult to predict T20 cricket, what's going to happen. It's a process of doing your things, whatever you need to do to get things right and win games of cricket. That comes in stages and processes. So we can't just sit there and say, oh, we're going to win the trophy, we want to win every game. But we would love to just go and give it our best shot and prepare the best we can for each game, give our best shot on the field.
There is Ravi live, and there are the umpires. Alex Wharf, a well-known figure from English cricket, and 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 as well. We got the white ball with them. We're ready to go. We got David Warner coming out with Tim Seifert. Warner never dull. Interesting to hear Ravi Bopara talk about process. It's the most used word, I think, now in the construction of modern team performance in sport, but actually specifically in cricket. Never used to be a word used, and nowadays there's so much data driving performance and also driving the planning and the process. Mohamed Nawaz gets his first game today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great man. You must be excited in the side.
Yes, very excited. First opportunity for the season, so let's see. I'm fully prepared for the opportunity.
Was the general view amongst the dressing room that it was a good thing to be bowling first? You sort of kind of get to see how the pitch plays, get a feel for the game?
I think it's fresh pitch, and we didn't even play it before here, so we just wanted to chase as we are batting really well and putting the opponent under pressure, so that is the thought.
You're playing against your former team, so you must know a bit about them.
Yeah, I have to put some little bit more energy in the field.
And tell me, one last question here. This atmosphere in your dressing room, that winning mentality and Shadab's smile that drives you on.
Yes, of course, there's lots of positives in the dressing room, the way Shadab leads the team from the front, and then the senior players like Colin Monroe, and the way Jason did perform, and Saibzada Farhan. So,
okay, lovely to chat to you. Good luck today. That's Spider Cam, folks, in action here at the National Bank Stadium. Ben Dorsius, it looks to me as if they're alternating, Dorsius and Riley Meredith. It'll be 2 games each after this one. Keep them both fit. But he's handy, left armour with a bit of zip and a good brain. Tim Seifert, who JP Duminy will tell us more about in just a minute, as he's worked with him in Sharjah during the IL competition. And of course David Warner, he's a storied cricketer. A long time since he emerged in the shortest format, astonished people with his talent, developed from that into a test match cricketer, and has become one of the modern greats. Be wonderful to see him make a few here today.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lift off. Ben Dorsius against Tim Seifert. We're away. There's a swish if ever I saw one. Gentlemen, come on, give us a moment, JP, on... Oh, hang on. I think it was just the rush of wind as that bat swished, surely. Azam Khan isn't keen. Shadab, he's not keen. Give us a bit on Tim Seifert. Hang on, we're going to have a listen. He had a look, didn't he? So often they say if the batsman has a look to see if it's caught, he might have hit it, but anyway, he didn't hit that. And maybe now JP Dumani can give us something on Tim Saif.
Yeah, certainly exciting cricketer. And in his preferred position at the top of the order across the T20 leagues. We've certainly seen him in that middle order and been so successful as well. Keeper batter for New Zealand. And he's an exciting prospect across the T20 format. Very Faf du Plessis-like in his stance.
And Dosius had a good time of it in the Champions Trophy here in Pakistan. Picked up 7 wickets, averaging 21. Ator, were you here for the start of the tournament? Have you kept an eye on things, your first impressions?
You're very good, very impressed, especially with the first match that I did was Karachi Kings taking on Multan Sultans, a high-scoring affair.
It's a good stop. It needed to be. Definitely 4 if he hadn't stopped it. And a great recovery, restricted to just a single. Quality to start with. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, it's important for someone like Tim Saif because he's got a bit of a start in the last 2 matches. Out of the 3 matches that he has played, he's playing his 4th one. A good bit of a dive to stop that one to go through and would have gone to the boundary. The scores of 32 in that first match. He went on to score 18 and then now got a bit of a start, 27. So when you get that kind of a start, you've got to cash and capitalize. He hasn't been able to do that. Yes, the opening partnership has been very impressive. David Warner and Tim Saif have put on 60 in the last match.
How's that silhouetted flag figure? What about that? Brave of him. Right, David Warner is away. I said he was a storied cricketer. I mean, if we just took T20 cricket alone, he's played for 14 different teams. 14. How did you play for, JP? I bet a few.
Yeah, probably up there as well.
What,
Certainly
up there with 14?
Probably 10 or so. But
Wow.
certainly haven't acquired over 400 games as much as him.
No. Touching on 13,000 runs in T20 cricket. T20 World Cup in Dubai, actually, that COVID one in 2021. He was the player of the tournament. Oh, we've masses on it. Outstanding scorer and statistician alongside me, Matter. All for no wicket. Look who you're supporting. Now, if you want to bottle enthusiasm and then pour it upon everybody else, you take it from Naseem Shah. I remember when he made his test debut, actually, in Brisbane, going back, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. I think he bowled to David Warner that day. He's going to bowl to him right now. A slip is in place, 3 in the cover ring. And he starts with a wide. Well, they don't flock into this ground, annoyingly, and we do urge people locally to come because it'll bring such an atmosphere to the tournament if you do. So at the moment, not more than a sprinkling of spectators, we might call it. Oh, that's a good delivery. Well, how do you sort of motivate yourself team after team? Is it easy? You turn up and you just join that vibe? Or does it sometimes take a bit of integration time?
I certainly think it varies from player to player and team to team. What is the driving force within the team culture? A lot of the coaches, modern day coaches, really try to galvanize teams together, try to come together with a common purpose, just outside of winning. It can't just be about the winning and the money that the players earn.
Oh, got him! What about that? Whoa! Nazim Shah! And such a big fish to catch.
Well, David Warner spoke at the toss about the anticipation of the Australian side.
Well, Nazim Shah produced a bit of magic. Big nip backer at David Warner. Perfect line and length. It's the top of the stumps, the ultimate ball, really. You heard a grunt of despair from Warner as it happened. And get this, going back to Nazim Shah's debut, who did he get out first up in Brisbane? David Warner. He's got the wood on him, as they say. Second slip in here, wide second slip for James Vince, who's in prime form. They want him early.
Yeah, if you look at that dismissal, I reckon David Warner was stuck in his crease, neither forward nor back. Have a look at his footwork. He's just there. That's the first one, went wide. And this one comes back and he's just stuck in his crease. Lovely delivery because it nipped back in. Look at that seam position. That is a peach of a delivery. Knocks him over with the beauty.
Takes some playing, that ball. Vince is away. I hear you. I hear you, but how many? Is it a bit of a myth about getting forward against the new ball? I mean, you know, how many openers, particularly in the modern format of the game, who are basically looking to score, really get forward to the new ball? I think that's just a jaffa.
I think what's interesting, particularly against David Warner, if you think him facing the left arm seamer, he stood actually a good 2 feet outside his crease. And in this occasion, against the right arm seamer, he went deep. So I think that can be the perception or deception really around whether he's getting forward or not.
Yeah. Sometime I think you've just got to hand it to the bowler. BYD leads the world in new energy vehicles, and PSL leads the game in talent for sure. BYD is giving away BYD Seal as the prize to the player of the tournament. What a prize. A man coming into short extra cover now, come out of slip for James Vince, into short extra cover. Another wide. Funny old over with 3 wides, I think. A wicket. Big wicket.
And he's the one in form. James Wynn got 100, and then last match also steadied the ship because they weren't in a spot of bother. Lost a couple of wickets in the middle overs. Went on to score 70, so he's the big fish. One in form.
Oh, he's got to go. He does too. He really goes. Might look at this. Might look at this again, huh? This dismissal. See, to Warner, that's going across and angling away to the keeper's left hand. That's how much it nips back. I mean, it is a perfect delivery. You could honestly just want to write that in the coaching manual and tell everybody, try to bowl that. He was good in the power play last year when they won, actually. You know, he only went at 5.6 during the power plays and he took wickets. So the end of a very dramatic over, 11 for 1.
Karachi makes score goal, 11 for 1.
Strength really in Islamabad United is everybody contributes. I don't know what the batting order will be. That's got Azam Khan at 4. I thought he might open. So much talent in that side. Jason Holder's having a good time of it over here. He's so thrilled to be playing again after injuries. Doesn't look as if it's that easy to time the ball. We haven't seen anything really ping off the blade yet.
I had the opportunity to chat with Mike Hazeman at the pitch report. Certainly felt that there was going to be something, particularly with this new ball in the power play. Some fashion, as we know, Tim Seifert is going to throw the willow at the ball. There's your man, Jason Holder. What a start to the tournament he's had.
He's got a reach at slip, hasn't he? He covers some ground. Caught a beautiful catch in Islamabad the other day. And he's such a fine man, so proud of his nation. He captained the side for a time at a difficult time and did it with great equanimity and no little skill. A lot of frustrations can come at times with West Indies cricket, but he never seemed to bear them heavily. Important figures in the Karachi Kings outfit there. And a reminder that the Hanif Mohammed cap is given to the highest run scorer of the tournament, the Fazal Mahmood cap given to the highest wicket taker. And they'll both have their homes powered by Inverex solar energy, subject to various terms and conditions. There is timing, and it picks out a fielder, but that's far better that Tim Seifert waits and times it rather than goes hard at it, I think.
Yeah, both those caps belong to the Islamabad United camp. Jason Holder has got the most wickets, and Sahibzada has got the most runs. Good work. Excellent in the field, and he can be quite handy on this kind of a surface if there is some extra bounce.
Given a thump down the ground, it's safe. It'll pitch and stop. I reckon that's a pre-med from the batsman. I think Tim Seifert is thinking, if they pitch up, I've got to go. Simple as that.
Yeah, change in pace as well from Ben Dorshus. Just out of the side of the hand, deceives Tim Seifert a touch.
Well, very rare, isn't it, to have 3 overs of a power play and no boundaries hit. 15 for 1.
Karachi takes 3 over goal, 15 for 1.
Nabi. Hassan Ali still going, tremendous competitor. I always think of him as a hustler. Very warm today. When we arrived from Islamabad this morning, it was touching on 40. There he is, Hassan Ali, having grown his hair. And there's Jason Holder. You see, when you're in form,
What do you think about the change? Because it was Naseem Shah who knocked over David Warner in his very first over, and all of a sudden he's been taken off. Look at the delivery. Lovely. He's the one from started his campaign with a 5 for, and the last man picked up a 4 for Jason Holder. He should enjoy bowling on the surface.
oh, it's a very interesting point. I mean, how, to what degree do you want to, if you've got someone who's taking wickets and in rhythm, do you want to get him out of the attack? Do you want to keep him in the attack? It depends really on the strength and depth of your bowling attack, whether you think you need him to defend later or strike again in the middle. But I agree, giving him another over with that kind of energy on him, only bowled, you know, you've got a lot in him, hasn't he? Bowled the 2. No, the 1 indeed. Handy runs, a boundary but not off the bat.
Yeah, first boundary for the Karachi Kings. You make an interesting point, guys, when you talk about the options of bowlers that you use and when you use them. Jason Holder been brought into the attack in the 3rd over. I think as a captain, you're thinking, okay, what is the surface doing? Who's going to extract the most out of the surface? But also, Ben Dorshas has bowled 2 overs. So does Naseem Shah come on the other side?
Oh, a little fumble. Very unlike the United. Wide 4 down the leg side and then a little fumble at backward point. Yeah, Naseem Shah just bowled the 1 over for 7 but picked up the wicket. Anyway, he's not bowling. Interesting how he's bowled very straight and mainly they look back over length. There are 2 there of full balls. A great Yorker in one of the games. Oh, Tim Seifert. He's throwing more than just the kitchen sink at it. Crikey.
The pressure just starts to build up. You lost a wicket and you're not picking up boundaries. They've only picked up a boundary. That was a bye down the leg side. So when that starts to happen, how long can you just absorb the pressure? These are the wickets for Jason Holder in the blue.
Difficult to tell. Tim Seifert sort of, it's a kind of a messy innings and you wonder slightly if that's because of the pitch. You know, it's very hard from this distance and we're a long way from the surface here to be able to judge the inconsistency of the bounce. And I don't just mean in the height of it, but also the pace of it. Sometimes inconsistent pace when you're looking to force the issue is a bigger problem, but they're both problems. Inconsistent bounce is really tough. Got him, he loves it. Another full ball doing the damage. Oh, Jason Holder, you're on a run.
And why not? Celebrations all around. We saw him sort of hone in on that back of a length. But on this occasion, in the last ball of the over, attempts to go full and straight at the stumps, and success. Man of the moment for the Karachi Kings. 2 out of the 3 games has been the man of the match. But on this occasion, the highest wicket taker gets him. That seems the back of James Wins. Karachi now, 22 for 2.
Saad Beg, who's got his work cut out here. Crikey, the ball's zipping around. And the 2 wickets have fallen to superb deliveries. The change of ends for Naseem Shah, that's why. But we saw the Warner ball nip back, disturb his middle and off bails, and now we've seen a ball to James Vince zip away off the seam. Think of the angles, folks. To Vince, that ball's coming into middle and leg, and it pitches, darts away, close to perfect.
That's a great delivery, but he was probably looking and hoping the ball would have come back in, because he was eyeing to play it on the onside. That is another very good delivery.
Well, if you're playing Karachi Kings, you want Warner and Vince out, let's face it, and they got him out. Have a look at these two. You've only just come to the crease, you're playing against good cricketers, and they find those balls for you. You hope to get the odd release ball, you don't, you're tied down, you can't score, and they find a couple of crackerjack deliveries to knock you over. Coach and captain not looking as worried yet as they might. 23 for 2, we're in the 5th. Good shooting, a boundary. Saad Beg, thank you.
Yeah, first boundary off the innings, off the bat. And nice confident movement by the young man. Gets the width, yes, but you still have to execute, and does so beautifully. Is this the momentum that Karachi Kings are after?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy out there. I mean, I think we can say that. PCB and HBL PSL in partnership with Exchange On, donating for humanity, which is very special. Pakistan rupees 10,000 for every 4 hit and 20,000 for every 6 hit. So Saad Beg has just earned charity 10,000 rupees. Interesting to watch the fielders and see how sort of, what's the word, predatory they are. There's a ring in the covers, for example. So Shadab really creates, I was talking at the start actually of the show about the energy in the tournament, but I think this team as a unit really show it, and their whole cover unit is closing in on the batsman. It's more than just walking in. They're low, they're ready, they're engaged. And as a batsman, when you're struggling to move the scoreboard, you can feel that. It's almost a bit claustrophobic at times. Ooh, bouncy, bouncy. An interesting pitch, not easy out there. Wide is called. Probably a fair call too.
You can see the reaction from the batters, a bit of a surprise on the look. That was bounced quite a lot. It's nicely taken by the wicketkeeper Azam Khan. There is something available for the seamers to extract.
Well, with what we've seen of the pitch, I think the batting side should lower their sights and understand that they need something to defend here, because the ball's moving around. 5 gone, 29 for 2.
Karachi Kings 5 overs gone, 20 49 for 2.
Well, this has been a little bit of tough going so far. 29 for 2 it is. And Warner and Vince both undone by beauties. Niazi at 5, Kostushar at 6. Nabi at 7. The strike rates are good, very good from those 3. However, right now it's about resurrecting things a little bit. Run rate is just under 6 at the moment. Holder again. Now the bounce has been fairly consistent, but that track hasn't been slow, and there's definitely been some serious nibble around the place. That's been the thing that's undone the batsman so far.
Yes,
well, it was.
Good evening, Hazy. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Butch. Welcome to Karachi.
Good to be back, Waz. Good to be back, as always. Tell you what, though, it didn't look like Karachi out there in the middle when I had a look at the pitch before the game started. I thought I was in Brisbane, 1998.
It is. This soil is from Australia. So that's hence the hardness, the cracks in the pitch, and a lot of grass too. That's why Karachi are 30 for 2. The ball is seaming around a bit. It's not coming on the bat. With too much grass on the pitch, the ball is stopping a bit, I reckon.
Deliveries that have taken the 2 wickets so far have just been an excellent length from a bowler's point of view. Exactly what you're looking to do on a surface that's offering a bit of sideways movement, but from a batsman's point of view, nightmare. Particularly the Warner one, because you don't know whether to get forward or back. It's just perfect.
Sorry to cut you. Nowadays, batters get flat decks wherever they go. So once in a blue moon, if they get a wicket with a bit of grass on it, they should be able to tackle it. This level.
Got hold of that, and he's hit that nicely. That's 4. That was savage. Seifert's had a go at that beautifully.
What a shot. He's a dangerous player, no doubt. Tim Seifert, he's on 14. Steady start. Short delivery. He's not very quick. He's a leading wicket taker, sure. But he picked up the short delivery perfectly in front of square for the boundary.
Just look at this here. Beautiful seam presentation, but the length means that Warner doesn't know whether to go forward or back. Ball hits the top of off stump. Perfection.
And the thing about the Warner dismissal, he didn't do anything too different from what he normally does, David Warner. I thought Vince was perhaps just a little bit on the lazy side. I mean, it's easy to say that from sitting here in the commentary box, as that was a wonderful delivery as well. It jagged a long way, but he was nowhere with his feet, but it still went a long way.
I think with the angle, it just kind of nipped. It left his hand. He thought it was going to come in, but the length we were discussing, that was the key here on pitch like this. Just back of a length. This was slightly fuller delivery. He went to play towards mid-wicket. Picked up nicely. There's a fielder there. They're going to settle for 1 only.
Yeah, agreed, Waz. James Vince is just doing a bit of ghost batting upset. Yep, should have just smoked it over mid-wicket. Just watch the footwork here. That front foot sort of just hovers and then stays on leg stump. And as soon as the ball then starts to move away from him, he's absolutely nowhere in terms of trying to get the bat on it. He may well have been trying to hit it leg side to begin with, but given the position that he found himself in, he then couldn't readjust when the ball moved.
Bottom line, 2 magnificent deliveries. Very well hit that. That's a terrific drive through extra cover for 4. That's screamed away for a boundary. 41 for 2.
Karachi gained 6 over gone, 41 for 2.
So that last over was a very good one. Good boundary, terrific boundary off the last ball. Power play is done. The Pepsi power play has been completed. Asif Yaqub lets us know that's the deal. The run rate is just shade under 7. That means that generally spin gets introduced. Ahmad Wasim now into the attack. He'll just slant the ball back in towards the right-handers.
Yeah, he's been used to great effect with the new ball. Good scurrying back for 2 when the boundaries are hard to come by and you're running between the wickets is really important. Ahmad has been used in the power play with the ball skidding on and back into the right-handers, particularly. Different role for him now because the seamers are in the game, but you see the way that ball just hits the shiny side and goes back towards the leg stump. That's good scurrying from these two.
A brilliant running. Every run is important. As we know, we're into 7th over. 42 for 2, Karachi Kings.
Interesting thing is, and they probably won't use it, but they have 3 spinners in the lineup today, Islamabad United, and you would imagine that's probably too many on a surface such as this. But Ahmad is pretty good on any type of surface, so it wouldn't worry him too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And all these 3 spinners, they're all-rounders. They can bat as well, so hence their batting is quite strong as well. They have 7 bowling options too.
I think if anything also, Ahmad, that ball's just going to skid off a little bit for him, so it might also hurry the batsman a fraction. Righto, time for the fans to enjoy some cricket with Pakistan's own brand, Tapal Tea Lounge. Tapal, the #1 tea brand of Pakistan. We're enjoying it. From outside off stump, that's nicely worked. Just for 1 though.
Missed the tea lounge. Been too long.
The ambience, always so relaxed in there.
Well ball. That's where he does well. Ahmad Wasim has got so much experience behind him. Used to love bowling with the new ball, especially in first 5 overs. I think with this year, Islamabad United give him a different role altogether.
That's a top first over. Just 5 from it from Ahmad. 46 for 2.
Karachi के fans और मचाएंगे बीच से noise. सब एक साथ मिलकर बोलेंगे Karachi, Karachi. सब एक साथ Karachi, Karachi.
To watch this was good with his 2 overs, really tight stuff. Nazim, I thought, was magnificent in his first over, and then he had to sit on the sidelines for a bit. He's picked up that big wicket of David Warner. Holder's got Vince. 2-gun batsman for the Kings. Work to be done. Partnership needed. 24 off 19 at this stage. Seifert could well be key in this innings. He's a fine player. He's an aggressive player. He's been there a long enough time now to feel reasonably comfortable. Never been someone who is a big mover at his feet, but he's very beautifully balanced. Tim Seifert. Shazad. Hasn't played too many games, so this is a little bit new for him in the HBL PSL. Missed out first up, Seifert.
Interesting little period this for both teams. Shazad into the attack, only his 3rd game, just 21 years of age, so lack of experience there. Seifert has got himself in. He has bundles of that experience. Will he try to put the hammer on the youngster just to get this innings going for the Karachi Kings?
2 on the leg side fence, 2 protection players, 1 sweeping offsides. That one perhaps just kept it a little bit low.
This one kept a little low. I can understand that, but it's not a difficult pitch the way Karachi Kings batters are batting so far. 46 for 2, we're into 8th over. Seifert, like you said, is well in. He's on 19 of 24. He should go all the way now from here. Yeah, it just kept low a bit. So go on a front foot, I suppose, against medium paces. Don't hang on back foot.
Now, they might come back for 2 here. They're going to look for 2. No, it's not there. That's one thing they're going to try and do a little bit, I think, is run as much as they can. Here's a look at the United seamers this innings.
The lengths, especially between 8 and 6 meters, 68%. And hardly any yorker, fair enough. You don't need a yorker, especially on a pitch like this. Just bowl back of a length like they did. Excellent stuff by the fast bowlers.
Yeah, the more help there is in the pitch, the less you have to do, or the less you have to change things. Bang away, good old-fashioned line and length. Try to hit the top of off stump, as Naseem Shah did, as Jason Holder did.
Slice that away. He's found a gap. Going to pick up a boundary. Good stuff from Saad Baig.
Second game in PSL for Saad Baig. He played 1 game for Karachi King last year. Got out on a beautiful delivery. Just out of the out stump, opened the face of the bat just to get that elevation and obviously to go over the point fielder. He's on 14 of 10, Saad Baig.
They got 5 off the first 4 deliveries. What can they do off the next 2? There's no doubt they're trying to just line him up as best they can. Put him under pressure, as Butch was saying. Flip that away. They're going to look at it again, I'm sure. Colin Munro down there. He did get a stop, but I wonder if it did just go towards that advertising triangle at the last minutes. This will be a good angle.
A little bit stuck in the ground. Matt Munro, if you will. He's got an ear on the boundary cushion, and
does that count?
I think it does.
Oh, okay.
Unless they're detachable.
He felt like me, like I did about half an hour ago, downstairs. Exactly same kind of balance. I'm only 30 years older than him.
So I think we can safely say that's a boundary. Colin, bad luck. Makes Wolf confirms. So 9 now, still 1 ball to go. 2 boundaries in the last 2 balls. Bit of extra bounce. Got a bit big on him at the last minute. End of the over, 55 for 2.
Karachi Kings, H over ball, 55 for 2.
Quite astonishing that Islamabad United have won 8 in a row versus Karachi going back to 2021. So that's a serious record against the Kings. Kings on a bit of a roll off that last game. Seifert on strike now to Ahmad Wasim. Plays that nicely, strong off that back foot. Scan the QR code and download Golutlo app and enter the lucky draw. Chance to win a motorcycle at every match game. What a nice prize that is. Terms and conditions apply. It's a beauty. Butch. Imagine the carnage you could cause with that. Backing away. Doesn't get a good handle on that one though.
He's not going to turn the ball into the left-hander, Ahmad Wasim. He's got so much experience behind him. If anything, he's going to go cross the left-hander. So if you're going to hit him, if it's in your area, go towards mid-on. Otherwise, go extra cover.
Got that fine on the offside, which is exactly where it wasn't supposed to go. Still 1.
Shadab Khan should be very happy with the way things are going. Decided to bowl first at the toss, more because he didn't know exactly what the pitch was going to do than anything else, but bowlers have responded well, keeping things nice and tight.
Picked out the fielder. First over was tight, Mud. Second one is tight so far.
Brilliant effort. Only 3 runs he conceded in this over. 8 in his 1.4 overs so far. Change of field against Saad Beg.
Certainly hard to get away. Ahmad Wasim last year in the Karachi leg of the tournament, he took 9 wickets in 4 games, including a 5-wicket haul in the final, where the spinners took 13 wickets in that final. Conditions are very different today from that pitch. Courtship.
Wonder where she was supposed to be.
Outside the leg stump, couldn't do too much of that in the end. Another top over, 5 again, 60 for 2. It's quite an amazing record for Islamabad United over the Kings. And right now they're on top. Got the 2 gun batsmen out. Run rate is straight over 6.5. Captain decides to bring himself into the attack.
Yeah, and I think here Karachi are going to have to look to pull the trigger. Shadab, when he's on his game, is fabulous wicket-taking bowler, but he also gives you scoring opportunities. The odd drag-down ball, obviously with the ball bouncing quite nicely off this hard surface as well. The overspin from a leg spinner, you can really get down and bash them back over the top.
Drilled that to long on. Opportunity for a big hotel selfie moment. There we go, big smiles. 1 and 2, maybe not 3 or 4 or none of them right now when it counts. There we go, nice snap.
This partnership is worth now 39 between these two. 24 of 29. Shaifat and Saad is 20 of 15. Big appeal, straighter delivery. Other overs inside the crease, but umpire is going up just in case.
TV umpire to director. We have umpire review for stumping. I have already checked feet is a fair delivery. Can I have the side on angle please for the stumping? Keep rolling and roll back please. Roll back, as keepers take the ball behind the stumps and roll forward now. Roll forward nice and slow, roll forward. And the batter is still in the ground. When the bail is dislodged, I'm ready to make my decision for the base spin.
Just checking to make sure that ball wasn't taken in front of the stumps. And not out is the call. Certainly looking to try and take him on if they can. That's not very well hit. That's sliced away. Another wicket. Shadab Khan into the attack, and he picks up a wicket straight away. Wickets are tumbling at exactly the right time at the moment for Islamabad United.
Well, Saad Beg had the same idea. In terms of trying to go after the leg spinner. Something in the way that he's played, his footwork, particularly on the front foot, picked up on. It's actually cost him his wicket there. Very straight front leg when he's looking to drive. He was up and out of that one far too quickly. He goes for 20 from 17. Karachi slipped further into trouble, 61 for 3.
the time give 1, 2, and 3.
63 HBL PSL games for Kustal Shah with a very good strike rate.
Just going back to that point on the straight front leg, there's the stumping charge. See how the weight ends up getting shoved back when the knee is braced. And if Babe can just get himself into those drives a little bit more on the front foot, even the ones that he cracked away for 4, they were very, very straight, very upright. Bend that knee a little bit more, young man, and you'll be pinging him through cover in no time.
Obviously the weight shift as well on the front foot. Exactly. Very good tip, boys.
Partnership was 39 off 24, was building nicely, so it was exactly the wrong time. He knows it to be on the sidelines. 1 ball to go before the halfway mark. And a single to complete a very fine over. 3 from it only and a wicket. 10 done, 63 for 3.
Karachi Kings strike number 1, 63 for 3.
Halfway mark, 63 for 3. As he just turned one to the leg side for a single. Happy skipper so far. Shadab Khan is already in amongst the wickets in his very first over. The left-hander Kustal Shah, who's just strolled onto the crease, has a few runs under his belt. A half century in the contest as well. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary and the long off. Jazz, a fan pulse question. Who scored the highest individual score in the HBL PSL? Colin Ingram, Jason Roy, Sharjeel Khan. Those are your 4 options, or Usman Khan. Get in there for the Jazz fan pulse moment, answer the questions and win prizes. I've got Athar Ali Khan and JP Dumini alongside. JP had a very close look at the surface and gave us a detailed overview on how you thought it might have played. You like what you've seen so far?
From first sight, we certainly felt that there was going to be something in the power play, particularly with the new ball, and we certainly saw that. We saw some pace. Variable bounce from time to time. I think the crack certainly favoured that.
Have to run through quickly, and they do. Another good over from Islamabad United. 11 done, it's 66 for 3.
Karachi Kings 11 over goal, 66 for 3.
It takes him on, shouts off, catch it just over the fielder on the inner circle. This is excellent from Shadab, just lowering the batter in to take him on.
Yeah, it's important for someone like Tim Seifert to understand what's a good total here on this surface. We spoke about the surface. It's been a little bit uneven. The batters are not really shown that they're, even though they want to be a little bit aggressive, the boundaries have not come their way. There you go, again, this one keeps low. So as a batter, and even in the discussion in the dugout and the dressing room would be, okay, what's a good total here? 140? Can we reach to 145? That one really kept low.
And just pulls the length back. Very good from Shadab so far. Well, it's time to get all of you involved. It's a free hit for the fans. Visit the Parkview City Facebook page and answer the question. Win mobile phones daily. Also get a chance to win a house. Pinch a single into the offside. The question is, which Pakistani player has the most T20 international runs? JP very quickly onto his phone to my left. You're not allowed to participate. You're not going to win the mobile phone. It's for the fans. An excellent over. Spin in tandem from Imad and Shadab Khan really putting the stranglehold on. It'll be a single to close the over out. 12 done, 69 for 3.
Karachi Kings 12 over gone, 69 for 3.
Islamabad United skipper eyeing 2 more scalps to become the 4th with a century of wickets. In this contest, we saw Hassan Ali in his 2nd game pick up 4 to reach that #1 spot. Arthur, you're speaking about what is a good total at the moment, just going under 6. 115, and it's because of that. The last 24 balls, boundaries have dried up. 1 wicket in OT, only the 14 runs, so they found it difficult to even take the strike along.
Direct hit. They needed the direct hit. I think it's also important for the batters to realize that if you don't find a way to pick up a boundary, that you've got to look to rotate the strike. And also, perhaps, whether they're also thinking maybe when the spinners are on, are they willing to go and use their feet? Because we haven't seen them doing that. I know I can understand because they're not sure what the ball's going to do in terms of the turn and the bounce. But you got to start to do something different. He's probably having a bit of a problem there, Imad Wasim. But it's the bowlers who have dominated.
I think it's come from here when he just tried to flick the ball back. A bit of an awkward throw. It wasn't an underarm, it was more side on. Hopefully it hasn't done much damage. Physio Shadab Khan to the rescue. Job's done. Taken all too easy. Funky dance moves as well. He's got a bright smile because he's picked up one, Imad. Yeah, fine spell from Imad Khan, picking up another wicket. Oh, that of Imad Wasim picking up. Tim Seifert brings Irfan Khan Niazi to the crease. Like JP Dumini said, hasn't really managed the timing throughout the innings. 30 runs of 37 laboured innings as well. And Imad Wasim taking a good catch. You can use your Jazz Cash to recharge more and more packages, load more to win this electronic SUV. Fantastic prizes to all the fans throughout the HBL PSL 10. Definitely one you'd want to have in your garage. Another excellent over. Fine spell coming to an end from Imad Wasim. No boundaries conceded yet. And it will remain that way. Fantastic spell. 4 overs, 17 for 1. Karachi 73 for 4.
73 for 4.
JP, if you were in the Karachi Kings camp, what would you be telling the boys in the dugout at this stage of the game?
Well, first things first, having a look at the projected scores, 9 and over from here gets you to 130, 11 gets you to 142. You think about 10 to 12 and over, it's basically 2 boundaries and over. I think importantly, wickets lost, the wickets column is going to be the critical piece in whether they get anywhere close to 140. Give yourself a chance towards the last 5 overs. But again, to your point, it's not just about the boundaries, it's also what you do in between. And this is where they become really good as a pair, as a tandem. Uruj?
Yeah, thanks JP. Over to me. Go loot low moment for a true Pakistani. You can sign up and use your PayPark debit card. Avail the best discounts in the country. Yeah, the surface obviously hasn't played as much as everyone thought. They would come on and nip through 35 dots. Just coming to your point, JP, just they found it hard to rotate strike as well.
There is Mohammad Nabi still padded up, and we know that he can go and strike big, but I'm not too sure whether he'll be able to do that on this sort of a surface. It's important, keep picking up those singles, and if there's any opportunity whatsoever, put it away. So you've got to make the right call.
I also feel because of the two-pace nature of the surface, maybe some balls even keeping low. Batters are just trying to overhit, trying too hard to hit the ball, more strength behind it as opposed to maybe using the pace or the angles. And hence why they've lost shape while playing shots. Will that be the first boundary in 6 overs? Eventually from the tall West Indian, the ball creeps through into the boundary. 14 done, 81 for 4.
It's just the 6 boundaries so far in this innings. It's been hard to come by for the Karachi Kings. And that shows the disappointment. Done all the hard work. There's the skipper. Unfortunately, his teammates let him down. Balls faced. Certainly tells a story 37 balls for just 30 runs. There's been a big story about the surface and what is going to be a defendable score here for Karachi. You feel that anywhere above that 140 with the nature of the wicket gives themselves a chance.
To be able to go and reach that total of 140, you need to score 9 runs. Even if they go at 9 runs and over from here on, it's going to be 135. It's not an easy task. It's not an easy task. Someone needs to play a really special cameo in the next few overs to get them across 140.
And Mohammad Nawaz now for the first time in Islamabad United colours. That is fantastic. A Bhangra Cam for the WeGoTel Bhangra Cam moment. Every time you see yourself on the big screen, show us your best moves. One lucky dancer wins WeGoTel's smartphone. Yeah, fantastic. Straight to the fielder. A little bit of intent. The other thing that you can do is either jump down the track, use your feet, or stay late and back into your crease and create an angles behind the wicket. In that, I think with the way the nature of the surface is played, the rotating strike becomes probably a lot more paramount. They're going to have a look for this as well. Not really. Umpire walked up, had a look.
TV umpire to a director.
Oh, they have asked, so let's have a look.
We have umpire review for run out. Can I have the standard angle, please? Just keep rolling and roll back, please. Roll back and roll forward. Nice and slow. Batter still grounded when the bail dislodged. I'm ready to make my decision for the display.
And the game carries on. You expect that with Khushdil, very busy on the crease and very good between the wickets. It's a good two nipped into the leg side. Pakistan's #1 solar brand, trusted for over 15 years in Rex solar energy. And they need a bit of energy here, Karachi Kings. 84 for 4. 13 of 12 between these two. Looking for that big boundary, a big heave into the leg side. Just the one. A bigger side of the boundary as well, with 3 fielders patrolling.
Yeah, I think, and we have the breeze as well that contributes to that bigger side of the ground. So heading into the wind.
Between 7 and 15, the run rate is under full. Now with that singles 5 runs and over. 23 of 29 since the 10th over. It's a problem. This is a serious problem for Karachi Kings.
Well, we'll just have to wait one more delivery, one more legal delivery, before they can head into a timeout. Maybe it's exactly what Karachi needs. Maybe just get their thoughts together, Ravi Bopara and company, with a little bit of advice to the batters. Flipped into the leg side, should be 2. And Jason Holder with no mistakes this time round. Right then, a 15 done, Karachi 89 for 4. And it's time for a Tapal strategic timeout.
क्रिकेट से प्यार करते हैं, पाकिस्तान से प्यार करते हैं, तो सब मिलके एक साथ मिलके लाइव शॉट करेंगे और अपने फोन बाहर निकालेंगे। कबूल कराची, सब मिलके एक साथ सब फोन बाहर निकालेंगे सब। अब मैं लाइव शॉट लेफ्ट बोलूंगा, आपने लेफ्ट करना है, राइट बोलूंगा, आपने राइट करना है। एक साथ मिलके लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट right, left, 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 right. Karachi make some noise. अब लाइट्स को ऊपर और नीचे करेंगे, अप डाउन करेंगे एक साथ मिलके। लाइट्स अप, लाइट्स डाउन, अप 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 डाउन। Karachi make some noise! और अब सब मिलके एक आवाज में, एक जोश के साथ, एक जुनून के साथ बोलेंगे। मैं बोलूंगा जीवे जीवे, अब सब बोलेंगे पाकिस्तान जीवे जीवे, जीवे जीवे, जीवे जीवे। और अब सब पाकिस्तान के नारा लगाएंगे एक आवाज के साथ, एक जोश के साथ। पाकिस्तान, पाकिस्तान, पाकिस्तान। और अब सब मिलके बोलेंगे। मैं बोलूंगा इस्लामाबाद, अब सब मिलके बोलेंगे यूनाइटेड। इस्लामाबाद, इस्लामाबाद, इस्लामाबाद। अब मैं बोलूंगा कराची, या मिलके बोलेंगे थिंग्स। कराची, 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 कराची। इस वक्त कराची की बैटिंग जारी है और हम सब मिलके एक साथ मिलके बोलेंगे कराची, कराची, सब एक साथ कराची, कराची।
Just counting down the Tapal strategic timeouts. Right, now we're back. Let's have a look at the wickets that have gone down. Islamabad United are going to be delighted with these first two. Look at that, Warner, beautiful from Nazim Shah. No wonder he's smiling. Jason Holden in the attack, he's smiling as well. That was James Vince. That was just when things are starting to get going. Bang, just hold out off Shadab's first over. And that was a brilliant caught and bowled from Ahmad Wazim. But the great celebration as well. 5 overs to go now. Back live. And up goes that finger straight away. So that's another one. They are tumbling. Good and proper when runs required at this stage. It's not easy, but they don't want to lose wickets.
Wickets straight after the break, and that too on a beautiful
Naseem Shah. Big swing and a miss. Dot ball right at the top. The best they can hope for now, I think, is going to be 120, maybe 125.
Yep, very good delivery. Slow ball bouncer. He saw him coming, just bowled that short delivery. Gets the extra bounce, bit of turn. Top edge, straight to short fine leg. 7 down now, Karachi. We're into 19th over. 102 runs on the board. Not enough. Fine leg, short leg, fine leg, and third man up in the circle for Naseem, and obviously mid on, mid off back, mid wicket, square leg on the boundary, leg side.
Low full toss, dug that out. It's just going to be one though. Right, time for the Jazz Fan Pulse moments. The question for today is, who is the highest career HBL PSL batting average with a minimum of 20 innings? Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan, Brad Hodge, or Fakhar Zaman? Who do you reckon it is? A, B, C, or D?
Not an easy question.
Odd fellow out, Brad Hodge, who played first PSL, I think, if I remember.
Yeah, he only played once. I think so.
Now that's a good connection, and that's gone for 6. Wow, that's been a rarity. That's the very first one we've had throughout the innings.
He can whack a pass for sure. Delivery wasn't the best against him. He looks for this kind of length when he's in the last 2 overs, and it was right in his slot. That was first 6 of Karachi Kings innings. That too by a pass, batting at number 9.
Every time a player hits a 6, KFC awards a scholarship to a deserving student via the KFC scholarship program. So another one, only one for this inning so far. Follows up with a slower delivery.
This is a pitch where you have to bowl into the surface. You can't go full. You go full, you can be hammered. Abbas Afridi is a decent batter. He's a big hitter. Happy owners of Karachi Kings, but they haven't got enough yet. They need more. They need a couple of more 6s to feel good about themselves going back in the dressing room.
We need a couple of bowlers to bowl very well right at the top. Sonali, we know, will do that. He's been in wonderful form. He's going to have to get someone else to back it up as well. Keep it really tight. Pick up wickets both ends. Full toss, drilled. KFC bucket. Another scholarship. Good shots. Second 6.
Tempted Yorker. Didn't happen. Low full toss. Picked up beautifully by Abbas for his second 6.
Well, this is a delivery which really frustrates the coaches. You saw that the back of the length deliveries are working. Why do you need to go Yorker or even a slow delivery? Bowl back of the length and this will not happen. That's not good bowling. He bowled so beautifully so far, but that was a poor delivery.
Another scholarship to a deserving student, KFC. Follows up with a shorter delivery directed straight at the batsman. Bit of a mutter. 115 for 7, 13. Exactly the same with the last one to give them a little sniff. Put some sort of total on the board. Over number 20's a really good over. That could well be the case. Holder again. Full toss. Slap to the leg side. Hit it too well, just one.
A couple of 6s in the previous over. One was a half volley. at this stage, one should call it, and the second one a full toss, and both time Abbas Afridi dealt it beautifully. He'd be disappointed because he bowls really well to begin with, picked up early wickets, but end up giving a few extra runs in his last over.
He should be upset with himself, with the experience of playing T20 cricket all over the world. Bowled beautifully with the new ball, and then got...
Parkview City, free hit for fans, win a house contest. Which Pakistani player has the most T20 international runs? Now that's well hit. Has that gone all the way? Oh, it's superbly fielded. Brilliantly fielded by Dwash. It's really nicely done. Good balance running along that sideline.
They haven't been very good in the field in previous occasions. They caught well, but this was some effort. This ball could have gone for a 4, saved 2 runs for his team. Every run will matter.
There's been a bit of a social media battle between the two lines as well, leading into this game. Now that's gone high. How far has it gone? Yep, it's gone far enough for 6 more. This is terrific stuff right at the end.
The biggest of the lot, third one from Abbas Afridi. He's on 20, just off 6 deliveries. Look at that. Inside out, mid-on was up in the circle, right in his area. The biggest of the lot, 92 meters into the stands.
Well, we were all expecting Nabi to do this job, but it's Abbas Afridi who is really middling the ball nicely. He's 20 of 6 deliveries, 3 sixes.
I think Nabi realized it's Abbas's day or night. Let's give him the strike. Hence Nabi is on 7 of 10.
Yes, getting a little respectable total, 124 for 7, 3 deliveries to go. He hit another one more maybe. Good delivery, back of the length, a cutter, not easy to handle.
And Abbas can hit, we all know that, but that's where he has to improve. He's still got plenty of time, absolutely no doubt. And also, there was his first 6. Then the second one, low full toss, beautifully played, and of course biggest of the lot towards mid-off. You also should be able to learn, Abbas, that okay, I've hit 1/6. The bowler, what will he bowl the next delivery? What options do I have as a hitter? Another one into the gap. Let's have a look. One bounce into the 4. Brilliant hitting by Abbas.
That is brilliant. He's just sitting back in the crease, waiting for Jason Holder to bowl in his arc, and this is the second time he did that. Again, that length, perfect length for Abbas to just use his bottom hand and picking the gap beautifully. Lovely hit.
34 runs in the last 2 overs. 2 overs and 5 balls, 34 runs. It's on between those two. And it's a dot ball to finish, we think. One to wide, they're not going to get it. No, there's no wide there. So that's the end of the innings. 128 is where they end up. Outstanding work from Abbas. 24 off 9 deliveries, strike rate of 267 was superb stuff. These blokes are going to have a tussle, that's for sure. It's going to be on at some stage between the 2 lines. But where's that total going to put them? 128 for 7. It's going to mean early wickets. Early wickets needed. No doubt about that. Arslan Ali, we can almost bank on the fact that he's going to get some wickets. And he's going to need someone else to help as well. Holder was superb again, really good. He's been brilliant since he's arrived for this edition. Great to see him here too, by the way. He's a lovely guy, terrific character, fine cricketer. Shadab, just letting him know they've got to keep their winning ways going and to start very well indeed. Last 30 balls, 39 runs, 3 wickets. Wazim bowled beautifully also. 1 for 17 off his 4. All the numbers were very tight, just a little bit of damage towards the end. And I think they'll be quite happy, Islamabad United. Oh, there we go. Got a selfie moment now between the two. Hang on, guys. You've got a bit scrapping. There's another 20 overs to go in this game. Come on. Have a go at each other. Righto. Let's have a look and see what happened so far. There's the Karachi Kings after they were asked to bat. Seifert, 30 off 37. Couldn't get going today. Tim Seifert is a fine player, but couldn't find the middle of his bat. Saad got 20 off 17. Kustul Shah, 23 balls, 17. And let's just go down to Abbas right at the end. Abbas Afridi was 24 off 9. It was really good stuff, and he was pretty much responsible for them getting to nearly 130. These bowling figures are really good. Just the 2 overs, that's all. Nassim just got a little bit of treatment towards the end, 2 for 29 off his 4 overs, bowled brilliantly right at the top. And Nassim and Holder picked up the 2 gun wickets of Warner and also James Vince. Yeah, he was bowled. And then Ahmad was great, and Shadab also terrific as well. So really good bowling from Islamabad United. Okay, let's go downstairs and join Aaron Horland.
Yeah, I've got obviously coach of defending champions Islamabad United, Mike Hesson alongside me. 128 for 7. Looked like difficult conditions out there though. Are we a happy coach?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we were pretty tidy with the ball. I think in the field we probably weren't quite as good as we want to be, but look, we got a bit of assistance early on and we're able to make the most of it. So I don't think anything's going to be an easy chase here.
An enviable start for you guys, though. All coaches would be happy with 3 from 3. How have you gone about creating that cohesiveness right from ball 1 this season?
Just good communication from the draft, so everybody knows when they turn up, they don't know what their role is. It's very clear, so there's no real surprises, and everyone knows, you know, what the expectations are.
Talking about knowing their role, Shadab Khan there really grabbing the boys together right before they walked off in the huddle. Looked like there was a lot of tenacity there, a lot of fire to win. What do you make of him and what he's done this season so far?
Oh, I think he's a fantastic captain. He's a great leader in terms of, you know, getting the best out of everybody, and I think it gets the best out of him too. You know, he's bowling nicely at the moment. I think he's got better with the ball as the 4 games have gone on. He's got a bit more confidence, but yeah, look, I think he's a great leader, and he certainly enjoys leading Islamabad United.
We'll let you switch on for the Sydney breaks in the next one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Aaron. And Mike Hesson saying he thinks that this chase is not going to be easy. Right, there's the target. That's what they need, Islamabad. 129. The ball is doing a bit, so the start of this innings is going to be seriously important.
versus Islamabad United. That's match 10 right here for you, halfway through at the National Bank Stadium. A total that this might be tricky. Depends on how the power play goes for Islamabad United. They need 129 of the allotted 120 balls being put into bat first today. The Karachi Kings, they got 41 for 2 in the power play. Just weren't there. The opener, Seifert Warner, was dismissed early. Vince was dismissed early, and that probably put that pressure on the Kings, because Vince has been scoring for them prolifically. And now, at the end of the Karachi Kings innings, courtesy some big blows from Abbas Afridi, they managed 128. This is the bowling. 2 for Naseem, Holder and Shadab, and a wicket for Imad Wasim. They all were very good on the money. Did very, very well. Time for us to head down right in the center with Mark.
787 test match wickets between them, Wasim and Waqar, the dynamic duo, the power and the pace of Pakistan cricket and of global cricket. Red ball, white ball, or used ball? What's first choice?
Used ball.
Used ball, okay. And then a bit of reverse swing.
With this,
the grip, different grip.
Reverse with the old ball. One.
Yeah, exactly, but show me. Show me the grip.
Mine was not more of a grip. Mine was more of a drop of a wrist.
Right.
You know, I know we all talk about that, you know, wherever the shiny side is, if the shiny side is on the right, the ball should go right. Yes, it normally does. But with my action, when I used to sort of sling a little bit and drop my wrist a touch, it used not only it will swing, it will just sort of kind of dip right at the end. And that has made more life difficult.
And only in, or could you get it going out as well?
Out, you have to really try to. I used to try to keep the wrist nice and straight if I want to just. And it will never swing. For me, at least, it will never swing because it's coming from.
So how did you realize that the dip comes in if I bowl full with the pace? When did you realize
After my retirement, actually, to be honest. Because when I was doing it, I didn't know that. And then when I look back and I analyze things now, and I think why people kept missing my ball. The others are also bowling the reverse ball. Wasim Bhai's ball was left arm, different angle. But mine was just why. And I just did a bit of homework and study, and that's what happened. I mean, mine was more like a dip, like Malinga. Malinga is the same.
Someone just hit me on the back of the leg with a bit of reverse in-swing.
Every time whenever you do a show, like we do, wherever you for 10 minutes, the teams come just behind there. They have the whole ground to practice. One job.
I was hit in the head once by Ian Botham. I thought he was doing a dummy duck, but he wasn't.
He wasn't.
I didn't duck.
Oh my God.
Okay, so if you're bowling with a new ball, you often wanted to pound the middle out of the pitch, start with a lot of bounces.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the new ball, the shiny is same on the either side. You just have to assume in your mind, okay, I'm shining the bird side where the bird is, the logo of Kookaburra. And then obviously the in right to bring the ball into the right-hander, obviously Maris used to lock a bit here. I used to run like this and just flick from here a bit.
But you bowled a lot of bounces with the new ball.
As well.
I remember Michael Atherton in a test match here.
Yeah.
You bowled him 6 in a row, the first over of the match.
Yeah, I did. At times on a slow wickets as a bowler, you need to warm up a bit and run in and get your motivation going, because it's very difficult to motivate yourself on a low and slow track. But when you're young, you need some tricks. And one of my tricks was to, okay, nothing is happening on the pitch, just go bomb them.
So when you were young, who did you learn from?
I learned, as bowling, I learned from Mudassar Nazar and the great Imran Khan, no doubt. And of course, my first captain, Javed Miadad. He was also, as a batter, he used to give me some pointers, standing in slip position and mid-on or mid-off.
The real surprising thing when he used to grip the ball is this thumb, which I had never been able to do it. I mean, he was used to hold
Marshall did that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to do that, to just sort of control it. Most of the bowlers do with that kind of knuckle on the ball, and then
get a good grip on it. Do you think that wrapping that thumb, what we're talking about is getting that thumb under there rather than like that. Do you think that gave you more control, more zip in the wrist?
More zip, and I think I'll be able to, I would, at the time, I could be able to move my wrist more freely. There was no restrictions when my thumb was under the ball, and it came natural.
I think what we'll do is start walking out, and we can ask the cameras to walk back gently, and we can keep talking, because there's so much to talk about. You've enjoyed T20 cricket, but you didn't have a chance to play it, really.
I played 4 or 5 games for Hampshire the last season I played,
but not really make a career from it.
But I enjoyed it.
How do you think the idea of developing a career based on 4-over spells would affect you in test match cricket?
Absolutely. For me, it was the opposite in our era. The 90s was the opposite.
Yeah.
Test cricket was the ultimate. One day was out there to have fun. And now, I suppose, with third format, it's a different mindset for bowlers. But again, my advice to any young bowler who wants to play for his country or play for his state or play for, you know, his club, make sure you bowl plenty of overs. That's how you'll improve. It's a simple, it's not a rocket science.
I think you need, you know, a set of bowlers for different cricket. I think the format. So it's a white ball cricket. I think you need different kind of bowlers because they bowl different lengths, different, you know, variations and all that. But test match cricket, as England did with Anderson, you know, just playing test match cricket, just, you know, staying fit for that only. Purely test match cricket, and he enjoyed his time out there.
Because if you play to T20 format and then your team or your country expect you to play test cricket, it is a bit difficult, am I right?
Yeah, when you're on tour and there are test matches and T20 cricket, you can't prepare for both. You've got to be ready for one, and then you've got to have some other bowlers who should be playing the other format.
Okay, boys, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope we can continue that at some stage later in the week or whatever. At least one of us came properly dressed. Back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Mark. So much to learn from the two famous W's on fast bowling. Encyclopedia on swing bowling, really, and you can absorb so much from even this short chat between the two as a youngster. Mir Hamza has been included in the 11 in that previous game Karachi played, and he's been their first choice for this match as well. And the man in sublime form. He has been doing so well. Just before the HBL PSL, he was unstoppable at the national T20. And he's continued with his form. Last minute entry. Islamabad was smart enough to pick him immediately when he was available. On the other end, a man who is opening for the first time in HBL PSL. He has opened once, I think, more than once in the CPL. Azam Khan might just work for him. He's been pushed up in the order, JP, alongside BLB. It's not a bad move with 129 to get. You can probably use him as that card where you probably try to get rid of as many as possible in those first 6.
Well, if you think about the opportunity to dominate in a power play, he's your man.
That's a good ball to start off with. This is going to test Saibzada, who's in good form. Now, this surface has frustrated Warner. Seifert for the longest time.
Yeah, different task at hand for Farhan. Islamabad have been very successful thus far, scoring 200 plus in 2 of the 3 games that they've played. But a different task on this surface for sure. A lot more in the wicket, particularly with the new ball.
They will put in every effort that they have, Karachi Kings, to defend this 128. And if they can get good wickets in the power play, they surely will put that pressure on. Oh, no, 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 no. That's going to cost production. That's the kind of surface you'd like to bat on. Best batter Hanif Mohammad Cap at the moment is with Saibzada Farhan. Best bowler Fazal Mahmood Cap is with Jason Holder, both from Islamabad. Inverix Solar Energy looking at the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker in the HBL PSL. Big prize is available for them. You surely want to end up with that cap. There they are, both of them. Hanif Mohammad Cap and now the Fazal Mahmood Cap. One hand off the handle, but still will do the job. One bounce, boundary, first one for Islamabad.
Well, we certainly saw this attempt from Tim Seifert in the first innings. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the timing. And even though the hand comes off the bat, he still managed to get a big piece of it. And Farhan, well, he's been in sublime form. Continues on his merry way.
Change in the openers, Sahibzada Farhan, and in comes Azam Khan with him. Different tactics, and I'm sure Islamabad must have learned from their bowling effort in the first inning. Yes, that one kept a little low. That if the ball is there in the zone, like we saw from Sahibzada Farhan, that he just went with the stroke. You've got to go. It's not a big total to chase, so every run is going to put more pressure on Karachi Kings.
Upish, but little away from that point fielder. Oh, we'll have to have a second look surely. Amir Jamal there with that diving, sliding effort. So, yeah, it is the end of the over, but pretty sure they'll go. Oh, he's given it his boundary. So,
I think the slide was at the right time, but he did not stop the ball in the first go. It's the second go when he tried to stop that. We have to see the back foot or back leg. Is it touching? Is the right hand on the ball? Did he put a right hand on the ball? That's also something very, very crucial, or have to really see it. His towel, which was hanging at the back, maybe that towel is touching. It's touch and go. It's a difficult one for the third umpire, JB.
At first glance, you feel that it's probably a boundary. But who are we? We have the free speech opinion here up here.
nothing. Well done, Amir Jamal. 7 for no loss. Man in form with the ball, Hassan Ali, highest wicket taker in HBL PSL with 116 to his name. Coming from that far end, University Road end.
Hassan Ali will tease the batters. He's got the length really for this surface. Hassan Ali's speed you're watching, and he was a little wavered in the first match, but then when he got the length right, is beautifully bowled, and he bowled quickly, good pace. That's good length. That's where you need to be. Just hang in there long enough for a batter to get frustrated. Yeah, that was his first delivery to Hassan. A straightforward catch, lovely hands, and then third man Amir Jamal comes into play. The last wicket, the third wicket Hassan Ali took. 3 wickets for 27 and 4. He was wonderful.
Yeah, this outfield is quick. He's given up, and the right choice. Will race away. What a good shot from man in form.
Yeah, you feel with the nature of the wicket, it's a stroke play wicket. It's not necessarily trying to muscle it too hard. He just stands tall, doesn't he? Not a lot of foot movement. Gets the hands through the ball. More importantly, gets the gap and gets the second boundary.
Yeah, just on the hips there. Worked away. Back-to-back boundaries.
Very quickly, as a team, you can sink. You can really go down. If you give away too many loose deliveries, not enough runs, so you've got to be very precise with the length. This was very leg side-ish. And to a man who's in sublime form,
when you talk about not only HBL PSL but domestic circuit also.
Yeah, he's not learning. That's an absolute freebie there. So 3 boundaries in the over. Hassan Ali's been spraying all over.
It's been a star for the Karachi Kings, particularly with the new ball. He comes in with great confidence and unfortunately hasn't needed straps. I feel it's a wicket that suits his type of bowling. If he gets it in the right area, he asks the right questions. Unfortunately, just haven't been able to hit his straps. It's 12 runs from the over already.
And a good over for Islamabad, 19 for no loss.
19 runs.
Most runs in T20 cricket, Sahibzada, Farhan right at the top. Not only HBL PSL, but that also includes the first class. And look at the average and the strike rate. 56s is hit in this season. Their numbers are amazing. That's a serious number. If you're going ahead of Nicholas Burr, who's a very, very specialist in Alex Hales and Markram, and Shai Hope had a very good season. The strike rate, that's the key. He doesn't only get runs, he gets very quickly.
Yeah, again, just clearing that infield, and that's enough for runs here. You're talking about Sahibzada had 300s in those 5 outings in the national T20, scored over 605 runs. And that's where he got picked by Islamabad. Surprised nobody looked at him at the draft.
Well, he started his career with Islamabad United. He had a decent season with them, and then they forgot about him, and he looks in a great touch, and he's got rhythm going in his batting. His poor bowling for sure, looking at the surface, but it's just a form of the individual Sahibzada who's really making them bowl poorly.
Well, just 128 runs to defend. You're going to have to hit your straps. Those type of deliveries are not going to bode well in terms of your cause of trying to strike early in this power play. Signs of concern for David Warner for sure.
That's high up, but still in the vacant zone. Probably will go all the way, yes. It's not working for Karachi bowlers. And Islamabad United doing the right thing, eliminating as many as possible in the power play.
It felt that it's not going to carry to the boundary because of the height on that. But he knew it. As he hit it, he knew he middled it. Those eyes just said it all. Great hit. He can't do anything wrong at this stage.
Every time the batter hits a 6, KFC scholarship comes into play. The KFC scholarship program provides one to a deserving student.
What's been impressive is the attitude that they've come out with. You heard Mike Hessen in the mid-innings interview speak about this is not going to be an easy total to chase. However, the mindset has been positive. The intent has been good. They've played their attacking shots as normal. One thing you can get into when you're chasing a small total is sort of playing within yourself, going into your shell. Nature of the confidence that Farhan is playing with, certainly oozing in terms of his confidence.
Three gone, 32 for no loss.
Islamabad divided 3 overs gone, 32 runs.
That's the story so far. 128, hard fought, 128 for 7 Karachi. They lost the toss, they were put into bat.
Only 1 over for Hassan Ali. Abbas Afridi, who was very hot with the bat in hand, now comes into ball. Can he deliver? Oi, oh, whoa, whoa. That one just got the edge and hit the visor of the helmet. That can be very nasty. I'm glad that he's fine. There will be protocols followed. That one hit really hard.
Yeah, the concussion protocol comes into play. I'm sure you will have a look at the helmet. It's always the case. Did it surprise you for what you looked at? Well, both of you can tell me on that, the surface and the soil, and then some, that's the top edge onto the visor. A couple of games in the ICC Champions Trophy and the Tri-Nation, and that bounce in Karachi, we saw this can be taken to advantage by the bowlers here. But today, the variable bounce and the way Seifert really struggled to put the ball away, surprised you that the surface behaved that way?
I think it surprised everyone. Nobody thought that the pitch will be as two-pace as it is. We all thought that would be a little bit of pace in it and it would be even. But those cracks, I was out there in the middle just a little while ago. You know, those cracks are very soft, and there are indentations, there are areas just by the, you know, where those cracks are, and if the ball hits those cracks, and I think that those are the deliveries which misbehaves, and they're right in your face when you bat it.
Yeah, an interesting thing is, if you think about the fact that this is the first game on the surface, opposed to your point that we certainly didn't expect it to behave as much as it has. The difficulty from a batter's point of view is always the fact that one can deal with lateral movement. It's the up and down movement that becomes the challenge. Mark Nicholas spoke earlier in the first innings about the variation in pace, also in how the ball arrives at you, the pace at which it arrives at you. It creates the perception of, do I have to get forward, do I have to get back? Just a brief look at the HBL Pakistan Super League standings. As mentioned, Islamabad have been off to a flyer, coming off an 8-win streak, 5 in 2024 as well. Very, very healthy run rate as well.
They're a very good side. They have got all bases covered. They've got good all-rounders in the middle, with Nawaz also coming in this game. That lengthens their batting order and also give an additional bowling option. Cross-seam delivery. The first one was a quick one, and this one, the second one. Yeah, that's a good length. That's where you need to stay. There is a definite Azam Khan's. There's doubt in his mind now.
Tapalti moment in the Tapalti lounge. Every time you get there, you want to be a part of it. Enjoying every game out here in Karachi or the other cities during the HBL PSL. Pakistan's #1 tea brand, Tapalti.
unless or until you use your feet and come down the pitch, that length is hard to handle. Maybe, I guess, Sahibzada Farhan is the only one who's handling it better than anyone else. So you have to sort of either come down the pitch or stay really deep. Playing across the line, which Azam Khan tried earlier. Just a little extra kick. And again, very, very lucky Azam Khan that he didn't chop it on. Sahibzada Farhan has been excellent throughout this year. Not only in the domestic, look how balanced he is, his confidence. He is the only one who's dealt both lengths really well. He's pushed up, he's made sure that he hits straight, anything short, he just helped himself.
PCB and HBL PSL in partnership with the Exchange On, donating for humanity, 10,000 Pakistan rupees for every 4 and 20,000 for every 6 being hit.
No wicket so far for Karachi Kings, and that's what you need when you're chasing small total. You need your upfront batters to just put up a decent partnership, and Azam Khan has been very sensible. Over bowled 34 without loss.
34 runs.
Back-to-back games for Karachi. Tomorrow they take on Peshawar Zalmi. Here will be the last game for the Karachi leg in the HBL PSL. Bottom end. Chance here. Big catch. Taken it. Beautifully done. David Warner kept his eyes on the ball, running backwards. He knew this was a big catch. Sahibzada Farhan.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man. You needed something special from Karachi Kings. And up steps the captain, David Warner. Change of ends for Hassan Ali. And into the attack, into the over, and gets the strike. What a catch by David Warner. Certainly favours the Jubilee safe hands for sure. Man in form, he has to go. He goes for 30. Islamabad, 34 for 1.
Hassan Ali के पैर शॉट बचा दो सभी ने बोलेंगे हसन
Colin Munro has been around with Islamabad United for a while. At number 3 on strike. Oh, swing. First ball up.
That's a bit like Harris the other night, the first ball running down the... This is a beautiful catch. Sitting from here in the comb box, I thought he is not going to catch that. There's no way he's going to catch that because he was tumbling He was twisting, turning all over the place, and at the end managed to grab that catch. Oh, beautiful catch. That was wonderful. And watch this catch again and again. How good, how well he is balanced. Watch those eyes. Eyes stayed on the ball, and that's the reason that ball is in his hand. Backspin, a little bit of backspin, a little bit of swing on that last delivery, wicket delivery.
Oh, that's surprising, just over. And that's gone for a 4.
Fortune for Colin Munro.
Oh, got him, that one came in sharply, and Munro left the gate open.
Well, he's a wicket taker, had a poor over, the first one from the university end, a change of hand work, and it worked for Karachi King. Beautiful few deliveries to Munro. Picked up Saabzada's wicket and on the first delivery, and then now giving again that backspin, nip back delivery, created that angle and also a bit of swing, a bit of seam. There was everything good about this delivery and celebration. Munro, another one man in form, Gone Ali. He's gone for 4, he's 38 for 2.
Arslan Ali के बैट शॉट बदलाने के बीच में
Captain walks out at number 4, Shadab Khan. He's got one delivery in the over to face. Just get a feeling it's going to be something special. Already 2 wickets in the over. Oh, what an eventful over. 5 gone, 38 for 2.
Islamabad United's 5-over score, 38 for 2.
We've got a game now, 38 for 2. Nice bit of energy, crowd getting behind them. Not so bad a crowd, actually. I know the ground doesn't look very full, but those that are here are making plenty of noise. There's bad involved there as Arouge and Mark Butcher climb into their seats alongside me. Still 91 needed from 89 balls. Shadab's gone out there to join Azam Khan. The movement of the ball and the tricky bounce really plays into Hassan Ali's hands. He bowls accurately, lively pace, got a good brain on him, and look, they're getting engaged. Come on, Karachi, get into this. And I say that because it's important for the competition that all the sides are playing well. BYD leads the world in new energy vehicles and PSL leads the game in talent. BYD is giving away BYD Seal as the prize to the player of the tournament. That is a good win.
Sleek and stylish.
Who?
The car. But I was talking about the Rouge, obviously.
Well, it was me again, Butcher.
One mark to the other. 5, 6 and 7, they can all strike it. Haider Ali, Shehzad, Imad Wasim. And we mentioned, Mark Nicholas, that the competition's at the moment set up quite nicely. Hassan Ali, been speaking to him on post-shows and pre-shows. He feels he's in the best form. He's been out for about 6-8 months now. And picked up 4 in the previous game as well.
I think your point about they can all strike it quite nicely is quite right, but can they strike it quite nicely when it gets a bit squeaky and they're 5 down or 6 down and there's still another 40 to get and that sort of thing, you know? Selfie moment with Vigotel. Vigotel, otherwise known as Vigo. Oh yes, got all of it. That's a very big hit over the cage and into the people.
Well, he got all his weight into this shot and the ball disappeared accordingly. What a strike, just a little skip down the pitch. All got in perhaps a little tighter to him than he might have liked, but look at the adjustment, the quickness of the hands and the pureness of the strike.
Frankly, on the basis of your comment, the ball should have gone out the ground.
They've knocked down a couple of the stands, but it's still a pretty big hit.
It is a big hit. He's a very good cricketer, this fellow. And now he goes down the ground. That's a hell of a shot on the up on this surface that isn't easy. Terrific counter-attack and an essential one. You can do it quickly if you catch him by surprise. 6 gone, 48 for 2.
48 for 2. Azam Khan के फैंस और बजाएंगे मिक्स बॉल।
Well, actually, to hold his shape there, that's why I say he's such a good cricketer. It's not just wham bam, thank you, man. He understands the game. I mean, obviously from a strong cricketing pedigree, but held his shape, high left elbow, even in that strike. So the end of the Pepsi power play. End of the night for the young. The old is still with it. Just. So Hassan Ali is going to continue. I think that's exactly the right decision. Into his 3rd over, he can win them the game, but they need wickets. Just come back to that last Hassan Ali over and the wickets with the slower balls. Catch by David Warner was really something special, and that big nip backer, not so dusty either. That was first ball to Shadab, the last ball of the over. On another day, that'll come off the inside edge and dribble back onto the stumps. Just need a few things to go for them. Still 80 runs to play with. Forget run rate, 80 from 83 is no big deal. Got to keep taking wickets.
Change of tactics from Islamabad United. Azam Khan promoted up the order. Met him downstairs before the start of the match. He says he can play spin really well, has fantastic numbers against spin. He reckons a lot of the teams pin him down with the paces to get that out of the way. The unfavourable matchup, but so far he's played well.
Bowl, nicely bowling, nicely bowling. Shabash.
Karachi fans will be disappointed with the score. And on a surface like this, where there are cracks in that pitch, every once in a while a ball will hit the outside of one or hit right in the middle of one. That's where the variable bounce comes from, and that's why you've always got a chance, as long as you're attacking and as long as your length is good.
No run there, out if he hits, missed. One stump to aim at, again on another day.
Maybe worth for the Islamabad skipper to just look down the other end. Azam Khan are not interested. And probably the right call in the end also. He was stuck. Had he hit Irfan Khan Niazi, Shada was out of frame. Azam Khan wanting nothing. Yeah, it's my fault. Good from the skipper.
Yeah, I mean, that Azam's point will be simple. What do you want to risk a run for? The run rate isn't the issue. Let's skid it quickly off the surface. I didn't think that was going to go to the boundary, but the first bounce was almost as if there was a bit of dew out there, which I don't think there is, by the way, but it really seemed to skid.
Really well played, that pull shot, but a long way in front of square. Watched it right onto the bat. Didn't take a big swing at it, just made sure he got enough of the middle of the bat on it. Might be worth attempting that short ball to Azam. But certainly Shadab was equal to it.
Well, the good thing here is this pair haven't got stuck. Since those 2 wickets, runs have come. And a bit of this and that, and the other. 54 for 2.
54 for 2.
Stark difference is that 54 has come in 7 overs. Now, to give you some comparison, in the first 4 overs of the Karachi Kings innings, 22 runs were scored. In the next 4, 33, and then in the next 7, only 34. So they never got it going till that last portion of the innings.
One of the big advantages of batting second, and exactly why Shadab wanted to do so. You're not sure of what the pitch is doing, and then you get a first over or two where the ball doesn't come on quite as you like when you're batting first. You're hesitant in terms of how many risks to take and how hard to go. When you know what you've got to get, you can come out and play a few shots and maybe horse around a little as well.
On guard.
I think that's an illegal foil he's got in his hand.
Zorro, a bit of Zorro from Shadab.
Oh, yes, boy, yes, boy.
Right, the J. Super over. Let's see who's able to hit the stumps. Oops. Yep, thank you. Well done, son. The prize is yours. Oh, let's give the youngster his moment on telly. Prize is yours. J. Super over.
Oh, yes, boy.
Yeah, with the ball turning away from Azam Khan, he likes to take the spin on, but Khushdil will keep firing it in, not allow him to swing through.
Beautifully placed and timed. I couldn't find the ball. I was searching around the park. I couldn't see it. 62 for 2.
Islamabad United's 8 overs scored 62.
Just 67 needed now from 72 balls. Jamal coming into the attack. Just wonder if it's worth bowling with a slip in a situation like this. You nick one through that area, you're suicidal about it. 3 back on the leg side. Oh, he's got it over mid-on nicely, actually. That's a pretty good stroke, in fairness. Shuffle of the feet, getting him nice and near the ball.
Yeah, just thought for a second he hadn't quite got enough of it, but should have here. He had no doubt that he just got enough of the middle, hoisted it over Hassan Ali's head, and again, just a great example of being metaphorically and physically on the front foot. Jamal can't settle, gone for full first ball.
Look at him, he's out of his ground, ready to come at the bowler. I think what they've done so well here, and proving how confident they are as the team, is lose a couple of wickets, hear the Karachi crowd get on the side of their team and come out and take it away from them.
It's the kind of mantra that Islamabad United have always played with. The flair, they bring in big hitters off the ball, complete all-rounders. Also very smart from Shadab, but you touch on the 2 shots, not trying to overhit. Even the pull into the leg side, even the step down and hit over mid-on, it's both checked.
Notice that Jamal had the ball cross seam for his first delivery. Although this one isn't directly perpendicular across it, it still isn't seam up. And I just wonder, again, on a surface where you've got the ball doing a little bit one way or the other, is it necessary to go cross seam? Should you stand the seam up and try to get it to nip around off it rather than hit the shiny side? Ah, he was listening.
Cool, well timed. A nice natural batsman. Parkview City, free hit for fans. Win, no, wait a minute, where are we? 15. See, got to get your numbers right. Use Jazz Cash to recharge more and more load or packages of Jazz or any other network and win an electric SUV. See, all of our reads are numbered, and I thought it was 19, that read, but it was 15.
Maybe we need somebody with specs on our sponsors list. You can find the ball first. You can't find numbers anymore.
Listen, get on with your job.
Beautiful. His first time in Karachi, just skips a few
I'm right
numbers.
on it, actually. I just heard the wrong number.
You're just giving the game away, though, because people immediately think that we do all of these things off the tops of our heads.
They ain't that stupid, Butch. People aren't stupid.
No, and they know when I'm being sarcastic too, probably.
Nine gone. Very much going Islamabad's way. It's 69 for 2.
Islamabad United's 9 overs scored 69 for 2.
The city at night. We're in Karachi. PSL is well underway. Islamabad have been the outstanding side, and that's what they're looking tonight. Even if that Karachi Kings shirt has inspired that young man to the game of cricket, and that's all we want, really. We want kids to love it, to want to be here, to play it, and to find their heroes. Oh, that was a Dhoni sort of shot, whipping his hands through that ball.
Yeah, real modern style of batting, really. No more the high top elbow, left elbow, which is it tucks underneath and then the wrists take over. More like a hockey shot than a traditional cricket shot. Kevin Peterson was one of the first I saw do that with great effect.
Oh, when it isn't going your way.
Yeah, this contest has been no contest in the last 4-5 years of the PSL. 8 on the trot. Islamabad have beaten Karachi Kings. And it looks for all the world as though it's going to be 9. Vision was obscured a little there, the keeper.
Oh! Not out, not out, drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, remember, previous over, he just moved to the leg side and hit him over extra cover. And since then, Khushdil's been firing it in to negate that angle, not allowing any pace as well. So bowling very quickly.
Brilliant stop, that is. Oh, the athleticism there. Warner loves fielding out at long off and long on. And he's doing it even as captain. Speed off the ground. What is he, 37? I think he was 27. 38 indeed.
Oh,
thank you, Mazza.
Oh boy.
50's the new 30 anyway.
Where's the 40 then? Stays where it is?
Yes, boys, yes, boys.
Pretty good question. 10 gone, halfway through it, 75 for 2.
Islamabad United stand over score 75 for 2.
Look at the most consecutive wins in HBL PSL. Sultans 8, along with Islamabad United at the moment, unfinished at the moment. They're probably going to go to number 9, as guys were saying beforehand. 54 required from 60 balls. You have to take every single catch that comes their way. Hamza out into the attack. Couple of overs, got a little bit of tap. Taker has been Hassan Ali and only Hassan Ali. 75 for 2. Azam Khan scampering through for 1. Direct hit. They're going to send it upstairs for a look, I think. Alex Worf will probably say, yep, let's take a look at it. And that's exactly what he's doing.
TVM2 director, we have an umpire review for run out. Can I have the center angle, please, for the run out? Keep rolling nice and slow. Batter is clearly grounding. When this bill dislodged, I'm ready to make my decision for the best range.
Confirmation. Shadab back on strike. Almost a runnable for both these batsmen at the moment. Stand is 38 off 32. They'll be pretty keen just to keep going on like this at the moment.
There was an opportunity for a run out there, and Seifert picked the wrong end. I think he had more chance, more time to hit the non-striker end to get Azam out rather than Shadab was very quick between the wicket. He got to the crease very, very quickly. But the other end, I think he had more chance or better chance to get Azam run out.
Very good connection to the sweeper. Ungra Cam again, 𝐄𝐍𝐆. Cam is live. If you see yourself on the big screen, show us your best dance moves and light up the stadium. One lucky dancer will win 𝐄𝐍𝐿 smartphone. There it is. Well done.
I think you got to be right in the middle of the frame to win this. So I think these are the tactics. You've seen so many have won that prize. Just to be in the middle and just be a little bit more, show more movement.
Yeah, I think it's there's definitely a technique to it, and I think you're right. Just got to push all your mates away, so you get centre spotlight. Simple as that. There's a tip for anyone that's going to be coming to the games coming up. Or don't bring any mates.
It's a tip for life also. Just push the other one, get in the frame, and enjoy yourself.
Signed by Waka. To advance that time, he saw him coming, nicely bowled.
Yeah, we saw the batters, especially Azam and Shadab, both the batters using their feet and to good effect as well. Good execution once they did go down the wicket, they went all the way. And it just seems that the pitch has settled down. If you look at the number of boundaries that Islamabad have already scored, 10 fours and 2 sixes at this stage of the game. Karachi had 8 fours and 3 sixes.
That's nicely bowled. That's a very good tidy over. Hopefully they can build off that. 79 for 2.
Islamabad United's 11 over score, 79 for 2.
So 50 required from 54 balls, 8 wickets in hand for Islamabad United. It's been a really good performance from these two guys, two experienced players. 41 unfinished at the moment. Ustul Shah starting his third over. Wickets, wickets, wickets. That's what we're going to be thinking now. It's the only chance they've basically had, I think, pretty much from the start of this innings. Now he's starting to get nice and fluent, Shadab Khan.
When you're chasing small total, you need partnership up front. If you get a 30-40 runs, which they did, first wicket 34. Yes, they did lose 2 quick wickets, and there was a little hope for Karachi that they can grab 1 or 2 more and can put Islamabad under pressure. But these two came in with the intention, with the positive frame of mind, and looking to go big. And this is big. This is beauty. Just pick up nicely, nice and straight.
Over the top of the bowler, that is a lovely strike.
Very clean. Pad involved there in a big way. Now, I wonder if they're going to send that one upstairs. Ustul Shah is wondering why the man at Deep Packet Square didn't save one. They're asking David, what do you want to do? He's looking for information. Help me out here. What do you want to do? No, he says, leave it. Let's not look. Okay, righto.
I think he was off the bat. I think he got a little wood on the ball before he got to the pads.
battle again. Nice and fine. They come back easily this time for a couple. So 10 off that over, 12 done, 89 for 2 now. And also time for a Tapal strategic timeouts as the 50 partnership comes up.
कराची सब मिलकर एक साथ अपने फोन बाहर निकालेंगे, तमाम एम्प्लॉयर्स अपने फोन बाहर निकालेंगे, लाइव शॉट करेंगे। खबर कराची, अगर आप क्रिकेट से प्यार करते हैं, पाकिस्तान से प्यार करते हैं, तो सब अपने फोन बाहर निकालें और लाइव शॉट करें। सब एक साथ लाइव शॉट करेंगे, तमाम एम्प्लॉयर्स, सब एम्प्लॉयर्स एक साथ लाइव शॉट करेंगे, एक साथ। सब एक साथ अपने फोन बाहर निकालें और लाइव शॉट करें। अगर आप कराची से प्यार करते हैं, पाकिस्तान से प्यार करते हैं, PSL से प्यार करते हैं, तो सब अपने फोन बाहर निकालने को लाइव शॉट करेंगे। सब एक साथ। हमें लाइव शॉट लेफ्ट करूंगा, मैं लेफ्ट करने, राइट करूंगा, अपने राइट करने, सब एक साथ। लेफ्ट, राइट, 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 लेफ्ट, राइट। कराची makes the ball! अब लाइट्स को ऊपर और नीचे करेंगे, अप डाउन करेंगे एक साथ मिलकर। लाइट्स अप, लाइट्स डाउन, अप, 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 डाउन। कराची makes the ball! Islamabad United का फैन शॉट बचाएंगे, wins the ball! और अब कराची की स्पिन की शॉट होना चाहिए, 1, 2 and 3! सब मिलकर दिल भी पाकिस्तान गाएंगे, सब मिलकर एक साथ।
Yeah, strategic timeout over here, the HBL PSL. Perfect time to celebrate some of the incredible stars we have here in Pakistan. I've got a Scrabble player in our Hamada Heroes, powered by Homage Appliances. Zoaib Sanaullah, talk to me about being a world champion Scrabble player. How did you find out you were so good at the gift of the Scrab?
Yep, I think it was due to my brother. I was 12 years old. He introduced me to this beautiful game of Scrabble. Initially, I wasn't good. I didn't used to participate in the tournaments, but once I started participating in the tournaments, the people told me, you are good enough. And I tried for the Pakistan Scrabble team. And luckily, at 14 years of age, I got selected for the Pakistan Scrabble team. I didn't perform very well in my first tournament in France, but that gave me experience. And the very next year, I became the youngest national champion ever in Pakistan at the age of only 15 years old. And then I went on to become the world under-16 champion, the world under-18 champion in the UK. And surprisingly, I also got a chance to play the most premier Scrabble tournament, which is the Alchemist Cup from Team Rest of Asia. And I played the tournament. I beat 4 world champions in a single day, and I was only 16 years old at that time.
Oh, that's an incredible achievement at such a young age. Now tell me, what makes a good Scrabble player in your eyes?
I think a good Scrabble player is one who is dedicated, because in any sport you have to be dedicated enough to your skill, and you have to practice. You have to practice a lot. I used to practice 10 to 12 hours a day just learning the words on a computer, playing with my friends,
12
strategizing.
hours a day.
Yeah, I think that's insane, but you have to do that to become a world champion.
Well, practice makes perfect, and of course, all about statistics. This is a cricket game after all. I'm sure you know. What's your highest ever word total, and what was the word?
Yeah, I have a fun story regarding it. I was in the World Youth Scrabble Championship in France. It was my first ever tournament. I scored a word about 148 points. I played bassinet, B-A-S-C-I-N-E-T, and I also won the high word for it. So I think I have a very cool story regarding it.
And what was the word?
Bassinet, B-A-S-C-I-N-E-T.
All right, write that down, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations on being our Hamato hero. We'll get you to sign your shirt on behalf of Homage Appliances. We wish you all the best in all of your endeavours and all the tournaments you have later on this year.
Wow. Goodness me, 10 to 12 hours playing Scrabble per day. Ali Khan, you love your Scrabble. Is that your sort of time you spend per month?
I wish. I really wish. But yeah, it's a beautiful game. It was really interesting to hear what he said. Absolutely amazing. 148 points. Incredible.
Did you write that word down? You did, I saw you. I saw you. Wow, goodness me, that's unbelievable stuff. Righto, Tapal Tea Lounge, there it is, Tapal Tea Moments. Having their fun. I don't see any Scrabble boards there. Maybe you might have to get a couple of Scrabble boards as well. Bit of green tea, please. Yeah, why not? Terrific. Pakistan's own brand. Oh, they're all into it now. Look at that. All enjoying it. Relaxed. Look at them getting a massage at the same time. What more can you want? Maybe a victory. Sliding down the leg side. Tim Seifert's not the tallest. It's going to head towards the boundary, but won't make it all the way. They'll just settle for one.
Maybe settle for two.
They will.
There's no Scrabble game out there tonight. It's pretty much one-sided affair. Islamabad, so far, too good. Too good for Karachi Kings, who looked really good. They won their 2 games out of 3 previously, but they look not that great tonight. Very sensible.
Good work of his own bowling. One of the things that is really important, Waka, you better listen up. Ali Khan, listen up. Got to look your best at the HBL PSL as J. Dot is giving the best looking spectator and commentator, no, just spectator, at every HBL PSL match a luxurious J. Dot gift hamper. Congratulations. Winning that prize, you guys get nothing. Alongside me, that is.
Yeah, I know, we don't get nothing. You don't have to remind us.
Mind you, we do. We get beautifully dressed by J. Dot, I must say. Thank you. For the new kit, we all got the new kit. Some of us got it right. Waka, perhaps not.
You're always picking on me and picked one beautifully here. What a shot! Shadab giving himself a little bit of room and just spanking it over cover for 6.
Getting some wickets as well. Captaining the side very well. Really good to see. Mohammad Nabi now.
He's the only bowler in this edition of the HBL PSL where he has bowled a maiden over. And he comes on to bowl after the 13th over. He went for 2 for 7 in 4 overs. When you know you want to pick a wicket, you got to give an opportunity to someone like Mohammad Nabi to come into the attack.
There's the Jazz Fan Pulse contest winner. That's worked away beautifully back at the square, that offside. Desperate dive, not tall enough. 4 runs.
Yeah, you got a ball right length, but also right pace also, because you ball quickly, it comes onto the bat nicely. You can use that pace, and very nicely played by Azam Khan.
Shoya Shakir and Ayan Imran, the winners.
Yeah!
Bowled him! Knocked back that off pole, into the attack, and he's picked up the wickets.
Atar Ali Khan, you were right. He should have been bowling a lot earlier. You wanted him to bowl early. That didn't happen, and he comes on in the 14th over. And what he did, picked up a wicket, a big wicket in the first over. I think he was playing for a bit of spin. Ball just went with the arm and hit the off timber. Azam Khan gone now. Played a sensible knock. 31 of 30 deliveries, 103 for 3.
But Nawaz now. Could Nabi do? Can he pick up another one with the 3 balls left in this over? They're going to have to strike very quickly. That's only the 3rd wicket to go down. Otherwise, there's going to be basically no pressure whatsoever. They're going to coast home.
And that's one of the reasons why I felt that he should have been introduced earlier on, but he's done his job again in the very first over. He breaks that big partnership.
Sharp work from Seifert, but safely home. Wide called as well.
Yeah, first time he played across the line. He normally favors the offside. He likes playing over extra cover. This time around, he just went across and paid the price. Really surprised that Haider Ali, who's been in decent form, didn't come on to bat. Mohammad Nawaz being given the opportunity up.
A wicket and 5 off the over, 104 for 3.
14 over gone, 104 for 3.
Solar Energy, Pakistan's #1 solar brand, trusted for over 15 years. They're a long-term partner in the HBL PSL, Inverex, and also Pakistan cricket. Great to have them on board. 25 from 36. Hassan Ali back into the attack.
Yeah, last roll of the dice. Warner just taking a punt, giving him an over a little early and hoping that if he can get Shadab's wicket, get 2 new batters in, and who knows, with the kind of pitch, you know, 1 good over here and there, things can change. I've seen it in cricket many times before, that things do change, but they need Shadab's wicket to maybe just give a little glimpse to change the scenario.
Yeah, get a slip in. You're looking for wickets. Just apply a little bit more pressure, do something different, because he has got 4 fielders inside the circle, and get somebody in the catching position. see whether it can happen, whether it can go in your favor. He just broken a very good-looking partnership. There's a new batter in. Let's see. The new batter is now on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. He's played 3 deliveries. Do we see anybody in the catching position?
Yeah, he's got extra man comes in. 5 men inside the circle. Round the wicket, Arslan Ali, and dealt it beautifully. That's the wrong length, and Nawaz is very capable of putting those bad deliveries away.
Doing the right thing, hitting straight. Very good connection. Doesn't mind getting underneath the ball. Nawaz, it's a really good shot. Good control, didn't try and overhit it. Just keeps the momentum going quite nicely. 20 required now from 33 deliveries. That's what Arslan Ali thinks about that drive off the front foot.
Shadab on the non-striker end feels that this was well over the head. He was complaining to the umpire that this should have been called wide. It was banged in short, and I think he was right. Even Mohammad Nawaz standing up, it's definitely over his head.
Alex Wharf's the man standing at square leg at the moment. In the UK, very fine umpire. 2 very fine umpires, in fact, these guys. Asif Yaqub. Of fine men to be in charge of this game. Another game tomorrow night, of course, don't forget that. Peshawar up tomorrow. Looking for one of the last. It's just going to stay at the one. They were thinking about another one, but not to be. 110 for 3.
Well, it's a walk in the park, really. 18 needed off 30 balls with 7 wickets in hand. And I hate saying it, but that has been the gulf between the sides. Now, it was difficult to bat on in the first instance, this pitch. Mohamed Nabi's been left quite late by David Warner. I feel he can turn matches. I might have bowled him a bit earlier. Run out opportunity, out if he hits, but miles wide. And all these little things, look, lazy running, all these little things, you add them up and it means your performance isn't sharp. Okay, they're probably going to lose anyway, but you've got to do the little things well to get the big picture right. And I fear that's been the problem in the 2 losses that Karachi have had so far.
Yeah, that and the fact that when James Vince has scored runs, they've won games, and when he hasn't, they haven't. Also, the fact that it's Islamabad, they just have a total hex over Karachi Kings and have done for a long time.
9 in a row, isn't it?
Yep, 9 in a row.
That's incredible performance by Islamabad, not definitely. They controlled the game from the ball 1, Islamabad United today against Karachi Kings. Nicely played, fine. It probably will go all the way to the boundary. Another boundary.
It was nicely played, wasn't it? So what do we think, guys? For example, let's swing the toss around and say it had been won by Karachi Kings and they bowled first. Do we think there would have been a different story, or is one side playing a lot better than the other?
I think one side is playing a lot better than the other, in my opinion. This is my opinion. But, okay, wicket is not a batting-friendly pitch, but it's not difficult as well. It's not impossible wicket.
I think you shouldn't underestimate the value of having seen the way the pitch is played when you bat second. In going out there first, both captains would have bowled first. David Warner, had he won the toss, would have bowled as well. Nobody was sure, looking at the surface, as to what it was going to do. My feeling was that those cracks would just make the ball go through at a variable way. Some balls would hold a little, some balls would keep low. And bowling first was a real advantage this evening. That said, whenever Karachi Kings come up against Islamabad United, they must be shuddering and thinking, how do we beat these guys? 1-1-6 for 3.
Islamabad United 16 over goal, 116 for 3.
Well, that's the table as it stands before tonight. We're going to see Islamabad go to 4 from 4. Karachi not move an inch. But at least they can get back on the bike tomorrow night. They play Peshawar here. Mind you, they found a bit of form yesterday, I'll tell you. Oh, just punches it down the ground. I mean, kind of dismissive, disdainful almost.
Yeah, it really was. The pace was only 115 kilometers. It was slow ball bounce.
Almost, yeah. Very bright face about him, giving succor to, you know, his teammates, his supporters. Really a good leader, he looks to me. Came in at number... wide called. Came in at number 4 here too, so took the baton.
So you get a ball. Obviously, Abbas got this particular over 17th one to get some wickets, and he bowls first 2 balls, slow balls. Seam up. On a pitch like this, situation like this, required run it is only 2 and over. They need 8 runs now.
Download the app for www.exchangeon.io, world's first arbitrage crypto exchange. She looked to me as if she was supporting Karachi.
The eyes have it. Yeah, not been a night to remember. With aggression from Abbas Afridi. Moved, of course, from Multan Sultans. But that aggression is too little and too late, you fear, for Karachi Kings.
They both bowled well, the 2 guys in picture there. Asim Shah, a lot of verve, and found a jaffa to get rid of David Warner right at the start of the game. Imad typically organised with his bowling and thoughtful, and almost seems to have that ability to read a batsman's mind. Oh, that's wide ball down the leg side. He's trying to bowl fast here. It's good effort in terms of pace and bounce, but as Butch just pointed out, it's too little too late.
At least he's trying. You've got to give him that. Islamabad United on top here. 3 wickets down for 123. They need... no ball has been called, so obviously a free run. Skipper is not looking very happy.
Well, they're only allowed 1 per over. It goes over the batsman's head in his natural stance.
Bit harsh.
these sort of the dying embers of these games are very difficult to sort of keep energizing about, but it's a problem that, you know, not to have some closer finishes in the tournament. They really do get everybody going when you get them. But what you can do is start to evaluate the teams, and there's no doubt that the best equipped are Islamabad United. They really have got the bases covered as that flies away off the middle of the bat. What a good shot, dropping the bat down on it. third man with the edge of his bat almost. So there you have it, a couple of Hassan Ali, absolutely the standout in that attack. He really came at them, sprinting in as he does, hustling away. But it just wasn't to be the Karachi Kings night, and they will be concerned. As I say, let's listen to David Warner in the interview and let him evaluate the importance of the toss. And Shadab Khan at the presentation. 128 for 7, playing 129 for 4. The victory by 6 wickets. It'll keep them way ahead at the top of the table with a good net run rate. And what's happened really is that Islamabad United have had all their players performing. They're able to swap players in and out, knowing that they've got, well, 15 of them have played so far, and they know that the more of those they have in form, the better, should they have injuries or losses of form or whatever. So they're handling their structure extremely well. Let's look back at the highlights of that innings, which contains some good bowling and a lot of good stroke play. It's fun. As I say, Farhan with great striking. Lovely player to watch, quick to judge length, good off the back foot. And enormously powerful. Until this catch by David Warner. This really is a superb catch. I can't tell you how difficult it is to do that. Then Hassan Ali gets rid of Colin Munro, and at that point you felt, right, another wicket or two here, we got a real game on. But the big fella hit it big. Enormous strength, natural ability. Shadab Khan came in and played his stroke straight away, and the two of them with a wonderful little counter-attack after those wickets fell and the crowd got behind the Karachi team. The two of them simply took the game away almost before you could blink.
Yeah!
Head up, new miss I hit. It didn't stop Shadab Khan playing just about every shot in the book. And in the end, look at that, he really isn't showing any of the blade of the bat at all. And that simple little push off the back foot was the end of that. Comfortable win, good performance, top team at the moment, hard to beat. Who's going to do it? Someone's got to knock them over, otherwise they'll walk away with the thing. Wasim Akram's left his seat, Mark Butcher too. The victory margin, 6 wickets for the team who are top of the table. And we can go downstairs now to Erin Holland.
Yeah, Nico, got David Warner alongside me. Davey, not the Kings night, unfortunately, this evening. Where do you deduce where that one went wrong in the last 40?
Yeah, look, I think it was always going to be difficult when you're looking at that wicket at the start. Losing the toss doesn't help, but I think for us it's about trying to get into positions where we can score. We found it difficult with the up and down and a few movements sideways, but look, I think, you know, we're probably 20 short of being competitive, but, you know, when you're chasing 128 as well, I can't fault the way that our bowlers bowled. I felt like they bowled fantastic. They hit the right areas that I said, and there's a couple of, you know, balls that got dispatched here and there, but look, I think the credit to the way that they bowled first and then obviously went about it batting second.
So many sways of momentum right throughout that game. Moments that went your way, moments that didn't, obviously. Well, how do you sort of regroup and look ahead to having to back it up tomorrow against the Zalmi?
Yeah, look, we're playing on the same wicket, so we know how it's going to play, but it's about trying to assess in the next 24 hours how we're going to go about it with the bat. It is going to be challenging, but, you know, what's a good score? 130 is probably not a good score, so for us, we're going to have to try and work out how we're going to hit boundaries, how we're going to assess the first 6, and is it a back-end game as well? So, look, there's a lot to divulge over the next sort of hour, but then just trying to forget about this game and move on to tomorrow.
I know you're going to be a bit of a goldfish in this format of the game. Bit of a specky from you in the field, though, to get rid of Sahib Sadar Farhan. Take us through that one.
Yeah, look, it went up in the air and I sort of did what I know, and that's to try and run back and try and chase it and then try and keep your eyes on the ball, and it just kept going with the wind, and look, it was a fluke by the end of the day.
A lot of positives in that, though, too. How good's Hassan Ali been with the ball for you?
Yeah, look, he's an experienced head, and, you know, he spearheads our attack, and, you know, it's great to have a guy of his class and calibre, and, you know, he's got a lot of knowledge about the game, and he helps me a lot with our bowling stock. So, look, to see him do very, very well for himself and for us is great. Hopefully he can keep continuing that and have some more success.
A lot said about this Australian soil wicket today as well. It didn't play, as we know, Australian wickets too, obviously. But in Karachi, they're throwing a lot of different conditions at you. How have you made of your time here at Karachi National Bank Stadium?
Yeah, look, we were told that having 5 games in a row here is an advantage. Well, I think you can fairly see now that it's not. So, look, each wicket's going to be different. You know, wear and tear, and then on a fresh wicket, you know, there was extreme dew the first game. There was not much the second. There was none tonight. So it's, you know, it's a mixed bag, but all we can control is what happens inside this ring. And, you know, for us, it's about playing good cricket, and tonight we just didn't play that.
Up against a mixed bag, Peshawar Zalmi only won 1 so far this edition of the tournament. What do you make of Babar Azam and his men?
Yeah, look, they've got high-class players as well. We're going to have to come out and not play the player, just play the best game that we can. You know, as I always say, take early wickets and build a good partnership in the power play when we're batting. So, yeah, look, it doesn't matter what they've won and what they've lost. It's for about us coming out and just doing the best we can.
Wise words as always, Davey. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. More a smile than a roar. Useful little jig. Happy Lion. Happy United. Islamabad rocking. We'll take a break. Presentation when we come back.
Welcome to the post-match presentation for match 10 of the HBL PSL season 10, and a big and easy win for Islamabad United, making it 4 out of 4 this season. So well played to them, beating Karachi Kings by 6 wickets. Now I have a long list of guests here, so I'll go through them one by one. Lots of awards to be given away, starting with Ms. Mahwish Umar, Head of Ticketing and Hospitality, Pakistan Cricket Board. Thank you for joining us. Next to her is Ms. Rumana Hassan, Head of International and FI Risk, HBL. Then we have Ms. Anam Siddiqui, HR Business Partner, Jazz. Then Ms. Hiramani on behalf of Exchange On. Mr. Ayaz Danish, Chief Sales Officer, Inverix Solar Energy. Mr. Asif Mamji on behalf of Homage Appliances. Mr. Mohammad Junaid Khatri on behalf of Go Lutlo. Mr. Shoaib Sanaullah, the Scrabble player from Homage Appliances, Hamare Heroes. Starting off with Mr. Mohammad Junaid Khatri, who will now present the Go Lutlo Scan Karo Ji Motorbike Award, and a motorbike every day. That goes to Mukhtar Shah Ali. If you're here, please come and receive your motorbike from Mr. Mohammad Junaid Khatri. There he is. Yep. From him. Yep. Yeah, that's a big key. Time for Homage Appliances, Hamare Heroes, and Shoaib Sanaullah is an internationally recognized Scrabble player from Pakistan. He's known for his extraordinary achievements at a young age. In 2017, he became the youngest national champion of Pakistan at just the age of 15, and also won the Under-16 World Championship in the UK. I'll request Mr. Asif Mamji to please present the Homage Appliances Hamare Heroes powered by Homage, and that's a cash award of 2,40,000 to Shoaib Sanaullah. Thank you, Shoaib. Now I will request Ms. Mahwish Umar to please present the PCB Moment of the Match trophy to Sahibzada Farhan. Gave Islamabad United a great start today with his 30 of just 18 deliveries, 5 boundaries and a 6. All right, moving on, and I'll request Hiramani now to present the Exchange On Catch of the Match, 200,000 rupees award to David Warner. Brilliant catch to dismiss Sahibzada Farhan. It's a brilliant catch taken by David Warner, running backwards and to dismiss the man in form. Mr. Ayaz Danish will now present the Inverix Solar Energy Energetic Batter of the Match, a 200,000 rupees award, and that goes to Azam Khan for his valuable 31 of 30 in the game today. Opened the batting for Islamabad United for the first time in HBL PSL, and it worked out for them. Now, Ms. Anam Siddiqui will present the Jazz Superpower of the Day cash award of 300,000, and that goes to Naseem Shah for his 2 wickets in the match. Islamabad United having a great outing today against Karachi Kings. HBL is celebrating a decade of HBL PSL with Zabardast Khel. Joining us today to present the Player of the Match award is Ms. Rumana Hassan, Head of International and FI Risk HBL. And she'll be handing over the HBL PSL Player of the Match trophy and cash award of 500,000 to Shadab, the captain, for his 47 of 40. And then he got 3 wickets for just 17 in his 4 overs. The winning captain and the Player of the Match. Shadab, we'll have a word with you as you are, of course, the winning captain and the Player of the Match. Shadab, शानदार performance, 4 out of 4 अभी तक इस्लामाबाद यूनाइटेड का. कितनी तब्दीली एडॉप्शन में करनी पड़ी एज अ स्क्वाड, नई जगह पे आए हैं, 4 मैचेस हो गए, 3 घर पे जीते.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. एज ए टीम हम जिस तरह प्लानिंग करके आए थे, जब हमने ड्राफ्ट में स्क्वाड भी बनाया था, हमने कंडीशन और वेदर को देख के स्क्वाड बनाया था. तो मुझे लगता है कि आपने आज भी देखा होगा कि नवाज़ को हम लेके आए हैं, क्योंकि हमें लगता था कि शायद इस जिस तरह के यहाँ कराची के पिच खेलता है यूजुअली वैसा पिच होगा, लेकिन स्टिल हमें मुझे लगता है कि दोनों टीमों को पिच ने धोखा तो दिया, क्योंकि जिस तरह का पिच लग रहा था मुझे लगता था कि वहाँ पे सेम होगा, लेकिन ओबियसली वो ज़्यादातर लो रहा है. तो ओबियसली हमने, मुझे लगता है कि एज ए बॉलिंग यूनिट हमने बहुत अच्छा असेस किया, और बैटिंग यूनिट भी, क्योंकि इस पिच पे रन्स करना मुश्किल था. लेकिन जिस तरह के आज़म और साहिबजादा ने हमें स्टार्ट दिया था, ऐसे पिच पे अगर आपका पावर प्ले अच्छा चला जाए तो ओबियसली दूसरी टीम स्ट्रगल करती है.
128 जब बने थे और आपने खुद कहा कि ज़रा मुश्किल था, क्या डिस्कशन थी टीम के साथ आपकी कि ये किस तरह से अप्रोच करना है, क्योंकि नज़र आ रहा था कि 2 विकेट्स गिरने के बाद भी आप लोगों ने अटैक रखा?
देखिए सिकंदर भाई, मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ इस पिच पे जितना हमने पहले बॉलिंग किया, क्रॉस खेलना थोड़ा मुश्किल था। सब बैट्समैनों से यही बात हो रही थी कि आपने जो भी पॉजिटिव ऑप्शन लेना भी है तो वो आपने सामने का लेना है, क्योंकि लो रह रहा है तो उसमें क्रॉस खेलना मुश्किल है। और मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह बैट्समैनों ने किया वो बहुत अच्छा खेले।
4 मैचेस 4 में से जीते हैं, डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन भी हैं। एज कैप्टन क्या बात होती है टीम से? अब आई मीन कहते हैं ना कि विनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन को छेड़ना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन कोई ऐसी चीज़ जो आप डिमांड करते हैं अपनी टीम से अभी भी?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि एनर्जी वाइज इन द फील्ड मुझे लगता है कि वो चीज़ें बेहतर होने वाली हैं स्टिल। बाकी जो थोड़े मोटे जो भी एग्जीक्यूशन है हमारे बॉलिंग में हो या बैटिंग में हो, वो और ज़्यादा बेहतर होनी चाहिए। लेकिन ओवरऑल अगर आप मुझे लगता है कि एज ए टीम हमें क्रेडिट भी देना चाहिए कि हम बहुत अच्छी क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, तो ज़्यादा चीज़ें चेंज करने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है। ऑब्वियसली हम आपने देखा होगा प्लेइंग 11 में हम हर मैच में चेंज किया, वो स्टेट्स वाइज और कंडीशन वाइज हम चीज़ें चेंज कर रहे हैं, और हर स्क्वाड को पता है कि वो सारा स्क्वाड रेडी है कि किसी टाइम भी कोई भी प्लेयर खेल सकता है।
Chaliye, well done Islamabad United, and well played as, of course, the player of the match.
Thank you.
So, Shadab, I just asked him that question, that what is that mantra that makes them so successful? And he says that from the time of the draft and the selection of 11 in every match, we pretty much sorted out. He said that the pitch was a little difficult today, especially playing square of the wicket, and that's what he told his boys halfway through, that to go on and play straight, and that worked for them. Attacking cricket, of course, is the way they approach every single match, and I believe that is what has worked for them. That concludes the presentation.
So tomorrow, Peshawari Zelmi are the visitors, and can't get the words out. Peshawar Zelmi are led by Babar Azam, who needs some runs. But they played quite well last night. I think they'll come here with some confidence, where I suspect that David Warner and his team have taken a bit of a hit this evening, and they've got to wake up tomorrow and recover what I call their zest for the game, their determination to put things right. So a very, very good performance today from Islamabad United. Congratulations to them, the dominant team in the at the moment. What a view that is from our drone. We're going to say goodbye to nearly everybody except for our Pakistan viewers, who have now got our post show, which is down pitch side. But for the moment, from all of us here on a glorious night in Karachi and a fine performance by Islamabad United, we say goodbye.
I gotta be killing the beat. They call me king of the street. ऐसा कभी देखा ना flow. मेरी गेम मेरा है शो. आगे आना पीछे से वार कर. मैं खेला तो टीम तैयार कर. आजा तेरी लाइफ बना दूं. फिर से अपना गाना सुना दूं. रोज मचा शोर, आज कुछ होना है. रात भर जाग, आज नहीं सोना है. कल की फिक्र में इस पल को नहीं खोना है. आज फिर हो जाने दो जो भी होना है. दम मस्त देखो, आज मेरा एक्स देखो, ऐसी मेरी वाइब देखो, कैसा मेरा फ्लेक्स देखो. ओ किंग ऑफ बंगड़ा एक कोई है. सारी पब्लिक नु ऑन बोर्ड करके धमाल सारी रात पावांगे. दगड़ 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 और बजता आज कप्तान स्वैग पे लोग नचता. दम मस्त देखो, आज मेरा एक्स देखो, ऐसी मेरी वाइब देखो, कैसा मेरा फ्लेक्स
Well, it was a fresh wicket and a fresh city for Islamabad United. Shadab Khan and his men, but no problem. Alpha love, says Imad Wasim to the Karachi Kings. They were victorious today across the Kings at home with an emphatic victory to the United boys. They are undefeated still in this edition of the tournament. 4 on the bounce, and who better to unpack it all with than one of the lead destroyers in the chase, Azam Khan, and of course Waqar Yunus, the legend in the studio. Azam, welcome in, mate. Catch your breath. What a wonderful win that was to the boys. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it was a wonderful win, but the pitch wasn't that good, honestly, and I think it was a bit tricky and was much on the slower side. And you know, Islamabad, they love to take on the game from the first ball. We did that, but we lost a couple of wickets in the power play. But in the, you know, I had to showcase my other game too. So it was fun. Yeah.
Tell us how you're feeling first. You know, you got hit badly.
Yeah,
I got hit badly, but I'm completely fine now. There was a bit of a dizziness in the start, but as soon as Cliffy came in and he asked me a couple of questions, so I'm glad I remember.
And what were the questions?
What are the questions? I've always wanted to know what an HITI test looks like.
They were like, what did you have in breakfast? Where did you play last? Who we defeated? And these are like some kind of the questions that they ask during the concussion.
Oh, Sconja.
Was that an uneven bounce, or you just played the wrong line?
No, I think it was a length ball, but I personally think that I hit the top edge. Otherwise, if it didn't hit my head, maybe it would have gone for 6 or something.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You probably don't often get to watch that footage back as well and see what happens. But you know, for all the viewers at home, I'm sure many of you play cricket. But let me tell you, when someone's firing one down at 140 clicks at you, it comes at you so thick and fast. The presence of mind of self-preservation. I mean, you're someone that takes the game on from ball one. I don't imagine you get littered too often.
Yeah, it's something that I've always taught from my dad, that try to take the game on and try to dominate on the other side. So that's my style of play, and that's the Islamabad way, the way we play, and we try to take on the game and put the other team under pressure. That's all.
Well, can we talk about the United way, as you said, the way that you always put the teams under pressure? You've had so much success. How have you managed to do this so consistently?
I personally think that our goal is that we all are equal, and that's what's the best thing about Islamabad United. Even from a guy who does the throwdowns with us till the captain, we treat everyone as one individual, like equally. So I think that's the best thing about Islamabad United, and I personally think that even in the games, if we see the condition and we get to tell the players that if the par score is 180, we'll try to score 200. So the bowlers have extra 20 runs of margin while they're bowling. So that's how we play.
Look, not many teams sort of manage to make these many changes what we see in the other teams. United is probably the only team who makes all these changes and still keep the dressing room going. It's not easy, isn't it, for the coaches, especially when you make all these changes?
Yeah, honestly, you know, in the initial stages of the tournament, you have to do some changes and you have to make the best combination for the later part of the tournament. That's when it matters the most. So I personally think that when you go in the later part of the tournament and when you have your best combination out, that's what brings the best out of the team as well.
And talk us about your opening. I mean, this is the first time you've done that. I know it was a tricky pitch, not the ideal conditions. 2 previous pitches were excellent. I mean, this pitch was tricky. But do you like that, or you rather play, you know, your number?
I've already told this in some of my interviews that I'm a player and I have to learn how to bat on every number. And I think as a cricketer, you don't have to bound yourself on one number. So I personally think if my team is giving me an opportunity at the top of the order or like lower down the order, my job is to perform. And that's, I think I got so much confidence from Islamabad United, especially Mike Hesson. And I talked to him that I want to try to open in one of the games.
That's great.
So he really backed me, and I would like to thank him as well for this.
Lovely.
Well, congratulations on the promotion. It certainly worked out well for you and Islamabad United today. But I want to talk about our player of the match tonight. It was, of course, Shadab Khan. Well, the ferocity that he spoke to them all in the huddle and he always comes out with when he's representing Islamabad United was clear today. Absolutely brilliant with the ball. pace off, really got the ball to move around the middle there. Beautiful LBW appeal. 2 for 17 for him off his 4 overs. And then when it came to the bat, 47 off 40 balls. He was the rock, the anchor right the way through the innings. So cool, calm and collected, played every ball on its merit. And what was a difficult track, as Azam has just alluded to. Brilliant work by the captain today. So it's 99 HBL PSL wickets. Oh, so close to that magic 100 runs. Only Hassan Ali Wahab Riaz and Shaheen Afridi in front there. Azam, what does he bring to the side as a captain? What makes him so special?
I personally think that Shadab is like one of the best captains I've played under, because the way he brings out the energy in the field, and you've seen that a couple of times today as well, I would say. And I think the only thing he demands in the field is like, give your 100%. Even though if you're having a bad day, we don't really care if you drop catches, but the effort should be there. The effort should be 100%. Rest of the things, they don't matter to us.
It's so important how your captain attacks the game with the gusto, and Shadab Khan has been absolutely brilliant. Let's have a little look at some of the super sixes that were hit this evening, though. Well, as we keep alluding to, Australian soil, a brand new wicket. It wasn't easy going today, but Shadab Khan and Azam Khan found a way. The Khan brothers, I love it. They hit 3 sixes between them. Not easy going, but wasn't that beautiful? Straight back down the ground, over the bowler's head. I reckon it's going to be one of the best feelings as a batter in the world. Beautiful striking by the ball there. It was wonderful to see a couple of maximums, despite the fact it was tricky conditions today. Beautiful through the offside there, that one. Wonderful hitting. Legs, wonderful hitting there again as well. As we said, only 3 sixes hit between them, but they certainly made them count. Well, Azam Khan, an absolute pleasure to have you in the studio with us. It would be remiss of me not to ask you about any future aspirations as well. It's lovely to see you back in the HBL PSL making consistent scores, but surely Pakistan higher honours is certainly on your cards in the future.
Yeah, I really hope, but for me, you know, I always believe that you have to live in the present moment. For my first priority would be the PSL right now, and rest of I'll leave in the future, and let's see what happens.
And you've obviously followed this man's career for so many years. What is it about Azam Khan that kind of has the bowlers quaking in their boots? If you were sizing up to bowl at this one, what would you be thinking? What would your plans be?
Look, he's a very clean striker of the ball, a big hitter of the ball. He hits big sixes, and no bowler like that. You know, he's doing a wicket-keeping job also, and it is tough. It's not that easy. You know, especially now they've asked him to open also with the wicket-keeping. It is difficult, but yeah, he's keen. He's got talent, and all he needs is to just keep working hard, and things will roll for him.
Yeah, you've got talent in all areas, absolutely, and I cannot let you go, Azam, without asking you to hum a couple of your favourite songs at the moment. We love you entertaining in the dressing room. What have you been working on at the moment?
I'm not working on anything, honestly.
Lies,
but,
lies.
I personally believe what I really do before coming for the game, I feel like a bit stressed. I would play the guitar in my room and sing some songs, but I don't think...
Are you going to sing for us?
Well, what did you sing before the match today? It obviously worked a treat.
I really like The Weeknd, and I think...
Which one?
I think Starboy is one of my favorite songs.
I'm in love with the Starboy.
Yeah. Don't you two start here, okay?
You got to sing along with me. There's too many words for me. I can't remember them, to be honest. Obviously, it worked really well today. Are you a superstitious man? Will this be something that you'll continue with, or do you mix it up?
Not really. I'm not really a superstitious guy, but I've seen some of the guys around me. They're like very superstitious. They would like keep their stuff at one place, like clean it up and everything. But I'm not that superstitious. But yeah, I'm very superstitious in my bats. If I believe that I'm not scoring, I think I have to try a new bat. So that's what I'm superstitious in, yeah.
Gremlins in the bat, but music to calm the soul. I love it. Azam Khan, what an absolute joy to have you in the studio. We'll let you go rest, though. It's been a busy time in the middle. No doubt you need a break as well after keeping like a dream behind the stumps, but appreciate your time and best of luck for the next one.
Well done.
All right, we are off to a super short break here in the Pitchside studio. Stick with us. There is so much more to come on this wonderful episode of the Post-Match. Hey, welcome back to the Pitchside studio, unpacking all of the action we just saw. Islamabad United remaining undefeated, toppling Karachi Kings at home here at National Bank Stadium, Karachi, as Vakar and I welcome in Mr. Mike Haseman. Mike, what did you make of the last 40 overs?
Hello, Aaron. Hello, Waka.
Hello, sir.
How you guys going? All right?
Hello.
Decent, yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I thought it was quite a disappointing game, really. I mean, I thought the pitch would be a lot better than it was. I thought it would come on pretty well. I didn't think it would be fast at all, but I thought it would be consistent. I thought it'd be okay. And obviously got a game tomorrow night as well, so that needs to get a bit of work before we front up again for tomorrow night, which, I mean, he's a very experienced curator. He's been in the game for some 4 decades, and he's been all around the world working left, right and centre, so he'll have no problems working out something, I'm sure, to make sure it's going to be fine. And I think he'll probably be a bit disappointed. So basically, I think also when Warner got out and also when Vince got out, then I think that really put the Kings on a back foot. I think they were probably then thinking there was a lot more on the track than there was. Because not that many balls did so much. They were just 2 brilliant deliveries. I think Vince is a bit lazy, but Warner's was a magnificent delivery. So and then just didn't get into any gear after that. It just sort of meandered a bit to a certain extent. Tim Seifert couldn't get going. When he can't get going, that tells a story to me. So yeah, a bit disappointing overall from the conditions. I probably would say it was a good toss to win for Islamabad.
Probably a lot of
insert.
pressure.
Yeah.
For a lot of pressure once you lost those three international players at the top of the order quite cheaply as well. The pressure and all that expectation fell on the weight of the local boys. Plenty to unpack, as Warner said there, for Karachi Kings heading into a match tomorrow against Zalmi. But first, Sahibzada Farhan, what a brilliant innings the man played. Let's take a little look at his boundaries this evening.
He's a terrific player. He's a real good, clean hitter. That first boundary was just a one-hander. There was one after that. He also tried with one hand, but didn't get anywhere near the same sort of connection. But he's a very clean hitter of the ball, and he also has a little bit more time. And I like the way he looks to be aggressive from ball one when he gets out in the middle. I think these days that's the way a lot of guys play, and he's a real talent.
Well, rightly said, Mike Hazeman. He is a real talent, and here we go. This proves it. The most runs in T20 cricket in 2025. It's early days, but there he sits at the very top, Waka. 11 innings. He's hit more sixes than the likes of Nicholas Pooran and Aidan Marker, and what nails to be ahead of there. But what has made him so consistently successful, do you think, in this season?
I would say it's confidence. Surely it's got to be confidence. I would think that's a thing that's, I mean, inside that change room, I think it's really important. I don't know what you think, Waka, but I would say that you're a youngish player or someone who hasn't played it for many, many, many years. You're in that side. You've got to take so much from some of those senior pros and be given that confidence to be able to have that license to play like he does.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the Pakistan dressing room for a couple of times, and then he's been returned back. You know, that I think determines him. And he's a very fit guy. He works really hard on his game, and this is his year. I mean, it's just the start of the year, and he's almost got 1,000 runs on the board, and many more to come. He looks in a really good touch, and wish him luck. And I'm sure the selectors are sitting at home right now watching this, and they will probably look closely into him.
He's in incredible company as well, because he sits along the likes of Chris Gale, Joss Buttler, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli as being the only men to ever score 4 T20 centuries in a year, and it's only April.
Can I say one quick thing? When he got a big score against, I can't remember who it was, but he had Colin Munro at the other end. And Colin Munro got 40, but he was a passenger for probably 90% of the partnership. And the way that Munro was feeding off him and just allowing him to sort of do all the aggressing and giving him lots of words of encouragement, I thought was terrific as well. He took total control and just decimated that partnership. It was great to see.
I cannot wait to see how many he scores before the end of this year. WickyBye, thank you so much for your wonderful time. I'm going to let you go to sleep, but I'm not letting you go to sleep just yet. Guys, we've still got plenty more to come here in the Pitchside studio. Stick around. unpacking all of the action and the drama of the Islamabad United win against Karachi Kings tonight here in the pitchside studio. We said goodbye to Wakar Yunus, but of course we now bring in JP Duminy. JP, it was not the night for the Karachi Kings. I think that's fairly evident in many different facets, but where was that one won or lost for you, do you think?
I think importantly, from an Islamabad point of view, they probably exploited the conditions really well. They read it really well. They summed it up really well with ball in hand. And they asked the right questions. Obviously, the favour went in their way, no doubt, with winning the toss. And we heard that David Warner would have done the same thing because you're unsure of what you're going to get. So you want to put teams in and try and exploit the conditions, and they've done that exceptionally well. But it's not just about exploiting it, it's executing your skill. And I think particularly in the power play and how Shadab used his bowlers, particularly those three seamers that he used in the power play, he recognized that, you know, the wicket was certainly suitable for the seamers and exploited that in the power play. And those wickets, particularly David Warner, James Vince, really put them on the back foot, which gave them an open door, you know, going into that middle phase of the game.
That toss certainly seemed to be a very, very crucial factor. Obviously, United electing to bowl first in the unknown conditions of the black Australian soil, as we keep elaborating on. But it was Karachi Kings who really fell quite cheaply in the first innings. Let's relive their wickets now.
Yeah, so as I spoke about, it's just about exploiting the surface really well, and they did that exceptionally. They found the length that they really want to make sure that they impact the game with, and they just never had opportunities to really build any partnerships until the back end of the innings. And unfortunately, Tim Seifert, he found it really difficult. He couldn't get the middle of the bat, but the spinners came into the game in the middle phase as well. So it wasn't just about the power play, it's about impacting the game in the middle phase as well. Didn't get opportunities to score runs. They clamped it down. There were a few dot balls. And then, you know what? They actually finished it off pretty well as well in the back end.
Tricky conditions, yes, but 128 for 7, certainly not enough in these conditions here this evening. One bright spark, though, for Karachi in their fielding effort was the safe hands of Mr. David Warner.
Yeah, good catch, really good catch. Farhan skied that one. They needed to pick him up, and really good stuff. He was swirling around a little bit, as you could see. Got away from Warner a little bit, but he's always had very good hands. He's always been a very good athlete throughout his career. I noticed today he had that heavy white bandage on today, which I haven't seen that heavy for a while, but he was moving quickly to his left and took that very comfortably. A very important wicket to get at that stage, and of course it also got Hassan Ali fired up again as well.
Yeah, he looked like he almost misjudged it for a little bit there, JP, but let's not beat around the bush. It's really windy, very swirly conditions here this evening. Just how difficult is it to hold on to those ones?
You know what makes it really difficult is actually the fact that you're running, meaning that your head is bobbing quite a bit. And still, with that being the process, it's really the ability to look up and make sure that you center yourself. So what is critical about this here is actually the point of where it hits his hands. It's trying to be as still as possible, your head as still as possible in that position. We'll see a little bit in the slow-mo so that he can find his balance and make sure that he gets his hands to the ball. Beautiful.
If I can just chip in there, something else just picked up on that replay as well. He's also protecting that hand. You'll notice that most people would actually just have the left hand being the focal hand taking that. But you'll see when when the ball just gets towards him, at the last minute he gets his right hand involved as well to make sure that takes quite a bit of the pressure as it eases into that hand. So I think that's another factor there, and I think really good stuff.
I was always taught
Warner.
soft hands, right, boys? That's what it is, soft hands. Don't let it bounce out. Crocodile fingers. I would have been useless, would have broken that many nails being a fielder, I tell you what. Off to a very short break here, everyone, but stick around. We still have a little bit more to go in the post-match. You won't want to miss it. Well, United kept their winning hopes alive. They've won 4 from 4 on the bounce, beating Karachi Kings today. And what a turning point it was when the great David Warner was taken early.
I mean, this was just quite remarkable, this performance. Ball before from Nasim Shah was terrific as well. And this was just a magnificent delivery to pick him up. Just coming back that far and just tipping the top of the bails pretty much more than anything. This gives us a nice idea as well. But Warner wouldn't have done anything different to any delivery, and he was fairly committed as well. Great ball.
So what's interesting about this, yes, we see particularly the lateral movement that comes back into David Warner. But importantly also is when he was facing the left arm seamer as well as the ball before, the foot movement wasn't as pronounced. And we saw him to the left-hander as well, stand a little bit further outside of the crease. So, yes, you think about David Warner facing against a right arm seamer, there's not a lot of foot movement. He generally tries to use his hands through the ball, right? And unfortunately, on this occasion, on the wicket delivery, the ball seemed back into him, and that unfortunately caused the demise of his wicket.
I'll tell you what's really important also about that is that that's exactly where you need to bowl to David Warner. I mean, what David Warner's watching for right here is something wide of off stump that he can drive through extra cover. If it's wider, he goes over the top of round point or backward point, or something towards his pads, he'll run to mid-wicket for 2 or certainly 1. But if you keep that sort of line as tight as that, I mean, it's really good. And I mean, I think it's just a really good piece of bowling from Nasim Shah. I mean, I think the wicket delivery was quite exceptional. You're right. I mean, he's not a massive committer at that stage. Yep. I mean, he's waiting. He's not expecting guys to get exactly in that area. You'll remember Stuart Broad bowled that line so brilliant to him around the wicket in the Test series in the UK, and that really cramped him up. And a lot of players, I think, they'll try and do that at every opportunity, but so often he gets away because they are not that good. They can't actually do it, and that was just brilliant stuff.
So what should he have done in that situation then to try and counteract that happening?
You go, JP.
Yeah, I think the opportunity that presents itself is standing a little bit further outside the crease. So why do I say that? It's because it lessens the deviation. It lessens the movement back into him. Whether it's away from him or back into him, it just lessens the degrees that it can move based upon how you reach the ball. Gives you an opportunity to get forward, gets an opportunity to get ahead of it. So that's an opportunity for him. But what he's done so well in his career is the opportunity to come deep in the crease and come outside of the crease. And unfortunately, in this occasion, the bowler was one up and got the brilliant delivery into him.
And because of the impeccable length, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason. It was just superb length, superb stuff.
A bit of food for thought for all of our budding batsmen at home to try and remember. But plenty to love for Islamabad United fans and the players. Let's take a little look at the refreshing moments they shared. Oh, it was all fun in the middle if you're an Islamabad United fan. Check out that caught and bowled. Imad Waseem, these celebrations are getting out of control. Do you think that's L for love or loser, guys, with a bit of a dance?
What would it be without a little bit of spice in the tournament? The PSL presents opportunities to really have a bit of fun. We see Hassan Ali as well, loves some antics. And we see it throughout the 4 games that he's played already.
Oh, come on, mate.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
I noticed at the end of this one, there was that, but right at the end when it was thrown, there weren't any great smiles between from Hassan Ali towards Shadab Khan.
Oh, we absolutely love all the fun we have here in the HBL PSL. The fun does not stop there, ladies, gents, friends, because we have match number 11. We're back here tomorrow night. David Warner and his Karachi Kings. What can they muster to turn the tide against Peshawar Zalmi? Babar Azam, oh boy, he needs some runs. All of that tomorrow from 7:25 p.m. the local time, of course, back here at Karachi National Stadium.
And what a game that's going to be. I mean, you've got a situation where he's up against his old team, obviously Babar Azam, and he hasn't scored any runs so far. So, I mean, it's going to be a big game for him to actually fire up. And I'm sure everyone's going to be packing in tomorrow to try and see him get some runs, because when he's playing brilliantly, it's superb.
I mean, JP, King Baba, we know how incredible a talent he is. It's unheard of to think 0, 1 and 2. Yeah, we're going in the right direction, but nowhere near as quickly as obviously the class of Babar Azam suggests.
Yeah, class act. And we know that even the best in the world go through some difficult trials from time to time. And unfortunately, it's been the case for him in the start of the HBL PSL. but I know the best is yet to come for him.
Oh, he's an absolute superstar.
But the next factor, isn't there, the track. We don't know what the track's going to do. We've had 4 games so far in Karachi. They've all been very different pitches. So I wonder what tomorrow's going to be. Hopefully it's going to be a nice batting track. And
realistically, what can you do in 24 hours with a wicket?
I think he'll be good enough. He'll assess what was wrong, and he'll be good enough to work something out. I'm convinced. I'm sure he'll have time to do a bit of rolling, I think. Hopefully it will be another warm day tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll just take a little bit of that grass off also.
I mean, the pitch is Australian. It's a little bit relaxed, obviously. It needs a little bit of time to kind of settle in, get over its jet lag. JP, what would you be thinking if you knew you had to back up and play on this in just 24 hours' time after a poor first outing?
So I think the opportunity there is to water it a touch, just to bind it all together. Because of the heat, right? You have an opportunity to roll it for a few hours as well. So hopefully it can bind nicely together. To HBL's point, we want a nice batting track. We know we're going to get the bounce anyway. So if it doesn't have the lateral movement, I think we'll be in for a nice one.
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Wonderful work again in the commentary box. Bahut shukriya everyone at home for sticking up with us tonight and watching right to the last second. We love your company, and we'll see you tomorrow night for round 2.
They call me king of the street. ऐसा कभी देखा ना flow. मेरी गेम मेरा है शो. आगे आना पीछे से वार कर. मैं खेला तो टीम तैयार कर. आजा तेरी लाइफ बना दूं. फिर से अपना गाना सुना दूं. रोज मचा शोर आज कुछ होना है. रात भर जाग आज नहीं सोना है. कल की फिक्र में इस पल को नहीं खोना है. आज फिर हो जाने दो जो भी होना है. दम मस्त देखो आज मेरा एक्स देखो ऐसी मेरी वाइब देखो कैसा मेरा फ्लेक्स देखो ओ किंग ऑफ बंगड़ा एक कोई है सारी पब्लिक नु ऑन बोर्ड करके धमाल सारी रात पावांगे दगड़ 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 और बजता आज कैप्टन स्वैग से लोग नचता दम मस्त देखो आज मेरा एक्स